Quick greetings and welcome to another video. Thank you so much for joining us. And thank you to my commenters in the last video. Um, the comments were, they were like what motivated me to um, give the answers that I did. So, in other words, the questions or comments have the effect of making me, go a little bit deeper. Um, and so I'm grateful for the exchange. And I must ask that uh, people might share videos as much as possible. I was able to contact YouTube and I basically sent an email asking that all subscribers who ask to be notified regardless of whether they watch each and every video or not. Like, again, the example is um, if we don't watch commercials that are blaring at us from any device that is able to advertise commercials, whether visual or audible, we don't, we're not denied this profuse, uh, rampant uh, advertisement assault, right? They don't care if we watch the commercials or not, they're coming, right? Same thing should apply with content creators who it's often hard enough trying to, you know, get a significant number of people to subscribe. If they subscribe, they showed interest. Why should they be denied alerts when a new video comes out? It just doesn't make sense. Things that don't make sense, we have to assume that it's just a way of denying content to viewers. And that's really pitiful. And it's this whole system. You can't just take one part of it. It kind of works as a system of manipulation with a goal of subjugation. So I say all that to say, in as much as it is possible to share videos or maybe even watch them more than once, even if you just click on it and say, just and let it play and click on it again and let it play a little bit, it's just a way to combat a YouTube that apparently does not really support your viewership. If they are going, if the defining uh, thing is, oh, you could have 1,000 subscribers, and even if they all said that they want to be notified when their videos come up, YouTube, as the middleman, is going to go between you and your viewership and say, well, no, if you don't watch his last 3 videos, we're not. going to notify you. You've been bad. So now we're not going to even promote him to you. You lose. We don't care if you want to see his content. We don't want you to see his content. It's really what I as a content creator, that's all you can think because it makes no sense. It makes no sense because you're not helping the growth of a channel, you know? So it's kind of a serious thing, but I want to say that I did contact YouTube. Um, I realized my account is attached to my Google, which has basically gone the route of, oh, you don't have any more space. So, we'll see. I mean, YouTube should have other emails on my account that they can email me from in response. But I definitely did, ask or request that any viewers who ask to be alerted, please let them be alerted. And so they can choose if they want to even, so they can have the option. Without alerts, they don't have the option. It's just one of those things that the more you think about it, the more pissed off you get. So let's move on. I think the last number of videos have all been an attempt to help Indians who care, help discerning Indians who care to know that they were never supposed to be part of any republic. And therefore, if you find you're, dealing with any group of Indians that are saying they want to establish a republic, you must know that they are only Indian in name alone, but they are acting as free persons because only free persons can be part of the United States Republic. Only free persons, not American Indians. American Indians, as we saw in the last video, we are supposed to be in a nation to nation position, not a what do you call it? A domestic dependent part of the republic, begging and pleading for the federal republic to get some benefits and privileges, which is the great uh, privilege, I guess, of being part of the republic is you get to beg daddy for some benefits and privileges, and he is always going to have the upper hand. Why? Because you're agreeing to the program. What is the program? They have already established the program. It is a guardian to a ward. You can't enter in their house and tell them how to, even if you did, you're still in their house. Say now you go to your daddy and say, Daddy, we don't want to be known as domestic dependent. Can you please change that, please? If he does, the point is he did it. He always has the power. You want to have the power over not just your tribes, truth be told, because if this is your land, again, uh, in any other nations, aren't the people of the land supposed to be in charge of their land? So why is it different here in the Americas? It shouldn't be. But we have, again, a guardian toward relationship within federal Indian law. So Indians who are, again, trying to be part of a republic, they are ignoring the Constitution when it comes to Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, which says they're not to be enumerated, they're not to be taxed, they're not to be represented in any United States republic. So that is, I think that's the major key for me. The major key for me is the realization that these Indians claiming to desire to reconstruct the republic, they're not going by Indians even in their own constitution. The constitution would be part of their republic. So they're ignoring their own standing to be part of the republic. They're ignoring their own constitution at Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, to be like a free person or a semi-citizen, because if you're an Indian and a citizen, you're just, as we always say, it ends up being the worst of two or something that is completely not even legitimate. You can't be a sovereign nation and a domestic dependent or ward at the same time. In this system, if you are part of it and you are allegedly an Indian, you are agreeing to be subjugated as a ward. And then you're going to tell me, well, once I talk to daddy, I'm going to fight him to give me, blah, blah, blah. That is the problem. Daddy should not be giving you anything. That is what gives daddy the power. But you know what, Indians? This is like preaching to the choir. I do believe that the Indians who are seeking this republic, they already know what they're doing. Uh, when you're genuinely seeking your birthright, it's like a part of you wants to believe that that's what all Indians are doing. And then you always have to remind yourself, well, wait, there are agents. I mean, you know that, right? So you know for a fact that you can speak this truth till you're blue in the face. And these folks have an agenda. Their agenda is to support colonization of the real American Indians. So they call themselves Indians, but in actuality, they are just a sort of bait to draw Indians into subjugation. So, yeah, we must put out our message as it is laid on our hearts to do and allow for the baiters to do what they do, which is to mislead. And that, there's just nothing really we can do about it, but continue to uh, tell the Indians the truth. Once again, what is the truth? We're going to make it basic and then we're going to go on to the topic at hand. The truth is, American Indians who know their lane will know that the Constitution never said that Indians are part of the United States Republic. As well, Indians did not have a republic prior to colonization. We're talking the 1500s, okay? So the republic that these Indians are speaking of, that some of them will say, oh, the United States was modeled after the Indian what do you call it? Indigenous law or indigenous legal system. That is not true. We well, let's put it to you this way. What kind of law are we under? Is it American law or is it England law? The type of law that requires esquires or attorneys, that is coming from England. It is not an American system. So if you hear an Indian saying that the colonizer just modeled his system after after ours, that is not true. That is not true. Our systems, from everything I'm looking at, we didn't have one overall like a District of Columbia centerpiece, type of thing going on. It wasn't it wasn't a republic, okay? It was not, we did the comparison. What we will see is that this system is an exact duplicate of England's Parliament, House of Lords, House of Commons. That is what they're modeling the system after. That is what they're modeling this legal system and this government after. It is not anything American Indians had. So that is incorrect. So we just want to always, you know, keep that same energy and really let American Indians know, no, this government was not modeled after anything we had. We did not have a republic. The Indians that they are not, they're misspeaking. The Indians that they claim had something to do with this system are a small group of Indians known as Iroquois. So what does that mean? That means, if anything, there was a small confederacy which did not make up the entire nation of all American or nations of all American Indians. They speaking of one group, and they're talking about a law of peace, which they did not say was a republic. But regardless, what they have with Parliament and Congress being basically the same thing, but one is in England and one is in the United States. House of Lords, House of Representatives, or the Senate, House of Commons, that might be the House of Representatives. So this system, the legal system that these laws are based on are English, not American. We're talking about the country known as England. We are in an English legal system, not any American Indian system. They just give some kind of lip service because they want us to think that we actually had a say. We did not have a say in anything colonizer has done since at least 1493. We have not had a say in any of their decisions. We saw the word ChatGPT supplied. This was all unilateral. It wasn't bilateral. There wasn't a communication between two nations. It was one nation dictating everything like a guardian to a ward. If we had anything to do with this system, it would never be said that we were guardian. I mean, we were wards and they were our guardians. It's not possible. for us to design a system where we put ourselves at the bottom of that system. And if it should happen, say it did happen, say now we did create the system, we would know the exact time and place where we will put at the bottom of it, and it would not happen. Instead, what do we have? We have been led either by a non-disclosure or duress, led to take whatever they throw at us. We didn't have a say in the civil rights, ladies and gentlemen. They told us what rights we're going to have. Okay? They just got our Martin to fight for something. He wanted equal rights. He did not get them. He got civil rights. So that's what we want to look at today, ladies and gentlemen. We want to try to break down why the rights for quote unquote Negroes had to be called civil rights, and why couldn't they just be the Bill of Rights extended to Negroes without even calling us Negroes? Just say the same rights that these whites have, there you go. You have no need to mention your race. You wanted equal rights, allegedly. Martin got food, like Malcolm got food, both by Negroes. If you had to ask me, ultimately. So he didn't get equal rights. They had him talking about civil rights. And what I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is you have a Negro clearly saying equal rights. This is a leader, what they call, they even have to call him a civil right. He should be called an equal rights leader. But this civil thing, it took such root in our psyche and in the fabric of this janky corporation that every time we talk about quote unquote Negroes and their Negro rights, we call them civil rights. Even, as we said, even Caucasian people are now talking about civil rights. And I'm like, well, that is the most asinine thing. Those are inferior. They're made for slaves. For a white person to talk about their civil rights, I think is insane. And Anna von Reitz, the lady whose website we looked at last time, she would definitely agree with that. They would be more interested in the Bill of Rights. And they would run far away as possible from civil rights. Oh, by the way, in a republic, if you're identifying as a Negro, which you are, even though you say you're an Indian, you're actually a free person. So you will still be under civil rights, not the Bill of Rights. In your little republic, you're going to have to, make your list to daddy. And let me tell you, even if he changes his system again, him changing it is not the equivalent of you changing it. Because you simply do not have the same standing as what they are calling white. And you never will. Not in this system. You know something, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say that like that with all of my chest. Why am I going to say that? Because again, this whole fight was for equal rights. The system is not interested in any Negro being seen as equal to anything they call white, which could be Spanish, East Asian, whoever becomes the next white, that is who this United States Republic is going to seek to be in a superior position than Negroes. And you know what? I'm going to say it right now, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot blame the United States. My mother said, she actually said this to my brother, not me, but it had something to do with that word food. The first lesson from my mom is that the F on her forehead does not stand for food. I found that she rubbed that off on me as well. The other thing she said is, but if I have a food, I might as well use a food. That's what my mother said to my brother, and it had something to do with something he was going through in a relationship. And my mother got so tired of him moping around. He had this thing, we called it spring fever. He was going through a breakup with his little girlfriend, and he was my brother with my younger brother was going through it. And so I think what snapped him out of it was when my mother said to him, well, you know what? If I had a fool, I'll use him too. You know, you have a fool, use the fool. They're clearly that's what they desire, you know. Uh saying is um saying after years of the United States showing and proving in every way possible that it does not see quote unquote Negro things the same as it sees quote unquote white things. If we haven't learned in the 200 years, over 200 years, we just had an anniversary, allegedly. Well, the corporation did. We just here for the ride, right, ladies and gentlemen? Like, yeah, oh, y'all are celebrating this oppression. Oh, it's the anniversary. Mm, your anniversary. Mm. So in 250 years, there have been a slow movement towards separation, not what they call integration, right? Because as long as this republic, and that's why it's here, but as long as it persists in seeing people in terms of their face value and not like what Mr. King said, the content of their character, this system will never be right and it will never be made right because of this history. Why do I say it will never be made right? Because they were never invited here. These are invaders, squatters. It won't be right until they either figure out that they owe us, they are not here permanently. At best, they would be renting or leasing our land on a time limit basis with payments or compensation that will go as long as they will be here, like how they do us when we are paying rent or paying mortgages and taxes on our own land that we paying to live on our own land, paying a foreigner to live on our own land. So we're going to reverse that because it should never have been. So that's why that this will and these Indians looking to be part of the republic, they're going to be part of the compensation plan. So they will be in a secondary position because they're looking to side and be like free persons, hoping that American Indians follow suit. No, we're not following suit. You can make yourself a slave. That is your choice. But it's not a choice you will make for every Indian. You'll make that for yourself, and that will be your lot. Okay, so we said we're going to try to look at these confusing way that they compare the Bill of Rights to civil rights. So let's pull up our first visual. Okay, so we really just wanted to get it listed out. Let's look at what are the Bill of Rights and what are civil rights. Why? So my again, ladies and gentlemen, my thing is why couldn't it be just if you are removing the quote unquote slaves from slavery, why couldn't they just join in on the Bill of Rights? That is my question. Now I know why. It's because this whole system is designed to subjugate American Indians under the guise that they are slaves from Africa. I know that's the reason, but we're just for argument's sake and to show American Indians the shenanigans. So, as we said, the Bill of Rights, I'm sorry, the Civil Rights, I titled this Free Persons Bill of Rights compared to Negro Slave Civil Rights. We actually created this with ChatGPT on July 11th, um, about 4 days ago. Today is the 15th. So we just wanted to lay it out. Now, I got a lot of resistance from ChatGPT because ChatGPT was trying to say that, oh, they're too long for me to print them all, to write them all out. I just feel that ChatGPT was trying not to show the obvious. And here's the obvious, right? Look at the list on the right, the civil rights versus the list of the Bill of Rights. Remember, we said it's like almost about half. So, ladies and gentlemen, they have ways to make the fraud seem like it's not fraud, or to make it seem legitimate, or to make it seem like, no, it's the same. We just added something to protect you particularly because we're looking out for you specifically. But it's because of your system that I'm even seen as uh, separate from whites. This system is literally categorizing us by our race. And then it says that it's for or against racial injustice. If you if you are against racial injustice, the first thing you might want to do is stop categorizing us by race. This republic has no interest in doing that. They couldn't even do it on paper, ladies and gentlemen. Like if there was a general public of whites that was so racist against so-called blacks, what the government, what a legal system should do is find ways to them as one single group of people. What we have is a system that's using race instead of, for lack of a better word, abolishing racial laws. They are incorporating racial laws. But by doing so, you're creating the problem. If you see us as divided into two racial categories, then divided we shall remain. If you were not trying to have, if you were trying to have what they call blind justice, you would refrain from making any laws based upon a person's race. But what you're looking at on the screen is how a system divides people. But what you're also seeing is how they limit the people once they divide them. Like, if you wanted to do something, why don't you just give us the same amount of rights that the other one? That doesn't look equal to me, ladies and gentlemen. Just as a visual, the Bill of Rights seem like they outweigh civil rights. Just as a visual and a we're just going, you know, with what we see. Right there, that tells me that I'm at a disadvantage. I'm not getting the full enchilada as a recipient, uh, uh, a recipient that had no say to these civil rights. So what I think I actually didn't realize, and pardon my ignorance, but they both show up as amendments in the Constitution, as we see, right? So Amendment 1 through 10, that's what the free persons created, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? And so as we try, because it wasn't easy. Like, it was very hard to get ChatGPT to even give me this list. It was hemming and hawing, say, well, that's too many and that's not practical. You could look it up, blah, 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 and you could link it to blah, blah, blah. It didn't want me to see this visual, ladies and gentlemen. I had to argue with ChatGPT to give me something. It didn't want to. It did not want to. I tell no lie. This is what I experienced. It was not easy to get ChatGPT to spit this out. But look how simple it is. That's all she had to do. But she acted like it's too much. I can't. I would have to list everything. It's too much. And I don't even remember what I said to get it to give me something. But here it is. And this is actually pretty darn good. In other words, you don't have to give me the text. That's what I told her. You don't have to give me the whole text. Just give me where these are. Where and in my ignorance, I guess I didn't realize they were actually amendments. You know, it does make sense that they would try to make something of this, like as if it's part of the Constitution. Um, so again, we already see a disparity. The Bill of Rights seemed like it got more, you got more rights, right? Just look at it, ladies and gentlemen. We're being very superficial, but sometimes when there's a consorted effort to make things complicated, because that's how you confuse people. Sometimes you got to go in where you can with the most simple way you could make some deductive reasoning. And my first deduction is that the Bill of Rights seemed more preferable. Just look at it, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I'm asking, right? Of the two, if rights meant that you were more protected, of the two lists, ladies and gentlemen, which do you think you have more protections from? Okay, we're just trying to simplify something that they've made extremely complicated, ladies. So now, after we've looked and we realized, well, yeah, I think I'd feel a little more protected with the Bill of Rights as well because they're considered permanent in the Republic, that is. Now, they didn't consult American Indians about what constitutes real law of the land. We were never consulted. But in their system, they tell us that the Bill of Rights are what they call unalienable, which means they cannot be taken away. You have to go by these. These first 10, the Bill of Rights, they are a must. Okay? Those things on the right, they are not called unalienable because they're not unalienable. Unalienable. What does that mean? They're not considered permanent protections, ladies and gentlemen, whatever they are, what they call them protection, whatever, provisions. Okay. They are not seen the same way the Bill of Rights are seen. Now, that's a much more weightier deduction than even just looking at the 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 number of rights you're getting with one versus the other. Those on the right, we know the civil rights, those were for emancipated slaves. And judging by the length of the list, they're not really trying to protect those quote unquote emancipated slaves, right? That's when we look at the visual. But then to substantiate this, we go a little bit further and we say, along with being a shorter list, the civil rights on the right there, ladies and gentlemen, they are not permanent, ladies and gentlemen. They're not permanent. Now, ChatGPT tried to tell me that the list on the right, the civil rights, they help to, how did they put it? Reinforce the Bill of Rights on the left. They how did they? It was some weird trying to say that the rights on the right side, the civil rights, they make the rights on the left, the Bill of Rights, even more supported. But the question is, ladies and gentlemen, the thing here on the right is permanent. These things are temporary. These things are alienable. How can these things on the right support these things on the left when they're not even guaranteed? You you follow, ladies and gentlemen? This short list on the right can never help or help to solidify these things on the left. Why? Because they are alienable. Maybe we might want to just look off the camera, look for the definition of uh, unalienable. Let's start with unalienable because the Bill of Rights on the left are unalienable. And they tried to change that word to inalienable. And I found in my research, ladies and gentlemen, that inalienable is inferior to unalienable. So let's see. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break. Pull up that definition when we return. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Thank you. And so let's pull up our screen again because we do have a definition for it's off screen, ladies and gentlemen, but trust me, I looked it up. I Googled it. So I just want to share with you the definition of the Bill of Rights. So the Bill of Rights are considered unalienable. What does unalienable mean? Unalienable rights are fundamental, inherent rights that belong to all individuals. Well, not exactly, right? It belonged to free persons if we're going by the Constitution. So, unalienable rights are fundamental, inherent rights that belong to all free persons by virtue of being human, the definition says. They cannot be surrendered, sold, or permanently taken away by any government or authority. The term is most famously used in the Declaration of Independence to denote life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, I will say this, ladies and gentlemen, you will find in this word game where ChatGPT once told me that it actually said what this thing is saying that, well, you have unalienable rights to pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's what's unalienable. And I thought, well, here we go. When somebody creates laws, they can change it, basically. I mean, the bottom line is American Indians didn't create any of this thing. So we don't have the authority to change them unless we stand up as American Indians. That is the only valid way to challenge a system like this. You can't do it inside the Republic. The Republic is already created. Indians did not create the Republic. So yeah, I believe ChatGPT tried to say that oh yeah, you have inherent right to seek life, liberty, and pursuit of that. And liberty, as we know, is a word that sovereigns don't deal with because they are free. Liberty is given to your subjects. So if you're pursuing liberty, that means you don't have it. So this is how the word spell. We have to break the word spells, ladies and gentlemen. So when you hear life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, well, they say, well, in other words, you have unalienable. Okay, so what? Okay, it's saying you have liberty, but this definition is saying it's tied to unalienable rights. And I believe recall that saying, oh, you have the it was some form of AI that was basically saying, oh, that's just limited to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's why I'm saying that that kind of answer makes it seem like you will be pursuing liberty as well as the other things, I guess, because they're going to be trying to take them away from you in this republic once they get people to be compromised, and everyone is compromised. So if unalienable rights cannot be surrendered, sold, or permanently taken away by any government or authority, what do you think those rights on the right are? If the Bill of Rights in that first column cannot be taken away, and it is noted that they cannot be taken away, well, what does that make civil rights? Civil rights are not unalienable, ladies and gentlemen. Definition we just read, where they can't be taken away. Civil rights can be taken away, ladies and gentlemen. So again, how could something that's temporal support something that's permanent? But that's what ChatGPT was trying to tell me. Well, the civil rights, they support the Bill of Rights and they reinforce the Bill of Rights. You're a damn liar. You're a damn liar. It is not even possible, yo. One is permanent. That is the support. Being permanent is enough support. That's all the support the Bill of Rights needs. Okay. Um, so there we have a limited number of civil rights when compared to the Bill of Rights. And they're also alienable. So they're not considered permanent. And we say that all the time, ladies and gentlemen. It's just that when you dealing with this, I have to say this is one of the points where AI is trying to uh, legitimize civil rights. I found that that's what it kept doing. It's just very hard to get AI to admit that civil rights are not unalienable, meaning they can be taken away. So let's read part of this definition again. The Bill of Rights on the left, they cannot be surrendered, sold, or permanently taken away by any government or authority. It is not the same with the civil rights, ladies and gentlemen. That's where persons of color, that's their set of rights in the republic. And remember, who were they created for? Negroes, right? Now, again, they'll try to say, well, no, it's for everybody and everybody got the same rights. If they were the same, they wouldn't be called two different things and they wouldn't be two different things. But this system, that's what it does. It can literally lie to you, ladies and gentlemen, as it has always done, and say, oh no, you're stupid. Everybody gets all of those rights. It's for everybody. But one was created for Negroes and they're not permanent. That don't mean nothing. Well, that's what the system would like us to believe that. Oh, none of this means anything. Forget the fact that we could have just gave you the Bill of Rights once you got emancipated, quote unquote, emancipated. We didn't have to make up new rights for you. That came along with a new citizenship, we might add, ladies and gentlemen. So that's the third way that these civil rights are different. The Bill of Rights, ladies and gentlemen, were for state citizens, not United States citizens. Let's say that again. The rights you're looking at, ladies and gentlemen, called the Bill of Rights on the left of this page, those were for state citizens, not for United States citizens. The civil rights, strictly for United States citizens. Who were they? Those were the Negroes that got a whole new citizenship. So we have a system, ladies and gentlemen, that telling us, oh, all these rights are the same. Stop being so obtuse. All of these rights are the same. They for everybody. We are family. I am you and you is me, and we are family. I got all my fools with me. Ladies and gentlemen, when you go to do some research on these two sets of rights, everything you find is going to try to say that these are all the same and for everybody, and they're not the same, ladies and gentlemen. This is how they trick American Indians each and every effing time. They just put something out there and then they tell you, oh no, it's not different. They put two different things before you, ladies and gentlemen. Say they're not different. One is called Bill of Rights and one is called Civil Rights, though. That's not different. No. One is longer and one is shorter. That's not different. No, 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 no. Okay. One is permanent and one is temporary. That's not different. No. So you are trying to make me moo moo the fool. No. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why we have to get out. It was supposed to be a nation to nation type of deal, ladies and gentlemen. I am convinced the only reason why that never came to pass is because the United States and the principles above the United States, British nobility, the Vatican, what Anna says, the Lord Mayor, whatever that is, of London, whatever, Um, that that's who this benefits. We have to get out. It was nation to nation, not we are family. It wasn't all for one and one for all. If that were the case, this government would have never made a set of civil rights exclusively for Negro slaves. You have to use as much of your brain power, I say that respectfully, as possible to see this, ladies and gentlemen. And the reason why is because you're going to be lied to in your face when you go to ChatGPT or any AI platform and try to distinguish the difference between these two. They're always going to make light of the difference. It is all three of those ones that we mentioned today, the length of them, that alone. So you're getting a limited rights. The what else? The unalienable versus alienable, and the citizenship that comes with these two. You could say the first set on the right, the Bill of Rights, they originated from the free persons. It's another difference. Number four. The civil rights for Negroes did not originate those. Your guardian did. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've talked a lot, and I'm glad we did because I wasn't very happy with this set of pages. I just felt I fought too much to get it, and it made me think that ChatGPT is not trying to really give this, and so that's why I'm glad we have found at least four major differences, which are very problematic with these two sets of rights. One's for whites. Come on, somebody got to say it. One is for whites, right? Even if it was for free uh, persons who happen to be Negropeans, it ended up exclusively for whites sometime after they started calling people free persons of color. That a term that's not in the Constitution. So let's go to the next page. We're going to do some reading. Okay. It's not much. It's only 4 pages. Below is a Constitution only comparison. So ChatGPT kept saying, I can't. It's too much. I can't. Well, we could do a Constitution only. Well, thank you. Anything you can, just out with it. Stop acting like it's too much. But ChatGPT kept saying it was too much for me to, list all of these, Well, you did. Look at them. It's amendment, the first set, I'm sorry, we should say amendment 1 through 10, but those are Roman numerals. And then Wait a minute. That's not 10. I got that wrong. Well, let's see. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Oh, it is 10. All right. Um, what threw me is that I would think we would start with 11 up here. But okay, so it's 10 and then it jumps to 13. All right now. Because that X is a 10, and then the three, uh, what do you call them? I don't know. Strikes or score. I don't know. That's with one, one, and one. So it's 13. Okay, so we go from 1 to 10, and then we skip 11 and 12. Well, because they're not part of the Bill of Rights, I guess. These make up the Bill of Rights, Amendment 1 through 10. And then we skip 11 and 12, and the civil rights are 13, 14, 15. Uh-oh. Is that 16? Why does that not look like 16 to me? Looks like it might be 19. We should have just told ChatGPT to give us the number next to these. But that I know that's 13, 14, and 15, but this is not 16. Oh, so I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting a little lesson here. I believe that's 19 because that's an X, and then an X with a slash in front of it makes that a 9. 19. This is 24, and this is 26. So we skipped some. But that's interesting. I hope I got these Roman numerals right, but I thought I didn't pay attention before. I thought they were all, in numerical successive, like one, two, three, four order, but they're not. We got one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, and 10. But here we got 13, 14, 15. That's 19. Let me do an off-camera look. Okay, off-camera Google. Uh 19, ladies and gentlemen. It is 19. XIX is 19. X X I V is 24. So interesting, ladies and gentlemen. I know the last one is 26. So the civil rights are not even consecutive. I didn't realize that. We have, again, 13, 14, 15. We jump over 16, 17, 18. Then we got 19. We jump over 20, 21, 22, and 23 to 24. Then we jump over 25 to 26. So we have a select group like cherry pick civil rights. That is so interesting to me. I think they had to pump them up, ladies and gentlemen, because I think the first three are really the main ones: 13, 14, and 15. Those are the emancipation or what do they call it? What do they call those? Reconstruction. Ladies and gentlemen, I think they pumped this up for us. Okay, now I have, well, it'll tell us below what these mean. I'm glad we did that, ladies and gentlemen. I had no idea. Thank you, ancestors, for making it a little more thorough than it would have been. So below is a constitution only comparison. The left column identifies each amendment in the Bill of Rights, amendments 1 through 10, and the right column identifies the constitutional amendments most commonly associated with civil rights. I have not added explanatory annotations to the list itself. That's why it kept saying it was too long, because it wanted to add the annotations and all of that. And I was like, just break it down. Chat, you know how to do that, Chat. Stop playing with me. Okay, note the full text of the Bill of Rights and the later constitutional amendments is lengthy. That's what it kept saying. It did like, I can't do this. I can't do this. Find a way. Find a way. Note the full text of the Bill of Rights and the later constitutional amendments is lengthy. Because these are substantial legal texts, I can't reproduce all of them verbatim in a single response. Instead, I've listed the constitutional provisions exactly as they are identified in the Constitution. Why couldn't I just do that from the beginning? Ladies and gentlemen, do you know how much fighting I had to do to get this thing? It could have did this from the get-go. But I think I think it's trying to say, oh, your civil rights are so much more than what you see, child. I just cannot list them all. You have so many. Yeah. It didn't want to show me how inferior civil rights are, but I know they're inferior. I just didn't know, you know, the full list of them, but I know they're inferior. If you'd like the complete text of any individual amendment, I can provide it. So it would give me the complete text of only one at a time. Yeah, because it's so complicated. I can't. If I tell you, I have to kill you. Okay, so the Bill of Rights, I guess we might as well look at as much of this as we can. So it didn't give me okay, the civil rights have to be 1860, 1860 something, right? When we start this, 1866, right, was the Civil Rights Act. Okay. Okay, so the Bill of Rights were from 1791, ladies and gentlemen, which we talked about this, and I thought I was a bit shocked, ladies and gentlemen, because I thought they automatically came with when you break away from, oh Lord, here we go with this finding some jankiness. Okay, bear with me. If you break away from a monarch, I would think the very first thing you would have is your Bill of Rights. But they're saying this Bill of Rights was in 1791. As we know, the first Constitution was 1787. 7, 8, 8, 9. Y'all waited 4 years to know what kind of rights you wanted? You didn't know immediately after you broke away in 1776? That's like, what? 30 years before 1791. Y'all didn't know. You know what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? I'm smelling some jankiness. I smell some jankiness. I just think that would be well. Here's the thing, too, ladies and gentlemen. I think each state constitution had what they wanted, right? So we got to remember that the states had constitutions before this United States Constitution. What do you just say? Well, say now there was a constitution for Virginia, there was a constitution for Georgia, there was a constitution for North Carolina, there was a constitution for South Carolina. So maybe they did have their 1776 rights laid out in each of the states, but then this United States, that's where I'm a bit confused, lady, because again, it seems to me that once the United States Constitution of 1787 came, it's almost like the individual state constitutions just sort of like disappeared. You don't really hear about each individual state anymore. And that just shows you how this system, it's just a bunch of smoke and mirrors. It wants the look of independence, but it's the furthest thing. It's like you really are, this whole system, all we ever talk about is the Constitution for the District of Columbia. And I find that to be troubling. I really do. And it is. It just shows you how we say we don't want, the best of. No, I'm not including that. So let's not get too carried away, Heru. It's not we. We're not in this system. But for instance, Republicans who are ever crying about wanting less federal authority or federal domination. But all you talk about is their constitution. We There's something up with that, ladies. You don't talk up the thing that you're trying to minimize. And all this corporation talks about is the United States Constitution, what we're looking at right now. These amendments are from the United States Constitution, the District of Columbia's Constitution, which is said to be something that the states gave the federal government to limit the federal government. So they're saying the states provided a constitution for the United States. So I find it odd that it became the focal point of everything. If it was just for the District of Columbia, why are we all talking about it as if the state you're in don't have one that would be more uh relative to the state and the people of or the free persons of that state? Why do we always jump to their federal District of Columbia Constitution when there's at least 50 state constitutions that no one knows about, that we never hear about? But they all did adopt the 14th Amendment, ladies and gentlemen. So what does that mean? How I would say it is it means that the District of Columbia has more um, more citizens than each state does. Because, in other words, all the citizens in Virginia, that's one number. So they have only the citizens in Virginia. Like North Carolina only has the citizens in North Carolina. New Jersey only has its citizens in New Jersey. New York only has its citizens in New York. But the District of Columbia has citizens in all 50 states, giving the federal government a lot more income with taxes from every citizen in every state, whereas a state can only tax its citizens of that state. The feds, they have a collective income coming from every citizen in every state. Do you know how rich that makes British monarchs that do absolutely nothing to even earn that? Yeah. Okay, so that's how the federal becomes so powerful. Um, that's a lot of energy as well, because as we said, it's really not the money, these debt notes, that provide the energy that this beast is providing the deities of this beast. Um, it's not the dollars itself, it's the energy. I want to say it's like energy harvesting. And if they're debt notes, doesn't that mean that everyone that has them is in debt? I mean, they're called debt notes. So if you have a bunch of them, does that mean you're more in debt? I'm just, you're sort of just reasoning it out. They're debt notes, like IOUs. Um, that's just it's looking to me like that's some kind of reverse spell that in your quote unquote wealthiness or richness, you are actually more subjugated to a debt more than, say, someone who doesn't have as much debt notes. It's just a weird something. That debt notes, many of them are seen to make a person wealthy, but they are debt notes. It's just, but see, that's the kind of thing that would, I think, just sort of cause a sort of cognitive shutdown, because it's it's the wrong word for something that makes you rich. When you're rich, you don't want to be rich based on a whole lot of debt notes. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't even sound right, is what I'm trying to say. There's something about, I don't cognitive dissonance going on. And that, I think, cognitive dissonance serves to make people unable to reason out things. So the Bill of Rights, 1791. Amendment 1 is freedom of religion, speech, press, assembly, and petition your master. So that's the first of the Bill of Rights. The first one for civil rights begins with the magic number 13, right? That's the secret society's favorite number. Um, so we start off with the unlucky number 13, okay? It's said to be, that's the number that you don't put in any elevator, and that's some kind of ritual. The floors go from 12 to 14 because there's just something about 13, right? This is all a secret society uh BS, and I think it's related to the religion too. 13 columns. Blah, 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 whatever, whatever. Hey, abolition of slavery and involuntary service. Again, ladies and gentlemen, there's something about giving life to a word. Um, Similar to what I said before. If you're abolishing slavery, you can note it you could say it, but to write it is a form of making it, well, these are temporary rights anyway, so maybe I shouldn't stress it. But again, if you are truly looking to abolish slavery, what you do is you just give the slaves all of those rights on the left, and that's it. That's it. You don't do anything about race, okay? You just give them the same rights that everybody else in your republic has. You don't give them temporary rights. You don't make a whole new citizenship because that's showing that it's not the same. That is the point we're trying to show here, ladies and gentlemen. These two columns are not the same, but if you try to talk to AI or even ChatGPT, they're not going to make this crystal clear to you. They want you to think that, again, there's no difference. They all good and they help each other. I help you, you help me. See? I don't. Amendment 2, the right to keep and bear arms. That's what you have a right to do, and no one can take it away from you. But we've seen where this corporation, all it talks about is gun control. Take away these guns and killing everybody. Congress, can you do something? Goddamn guns. So they're getting the free fools to actually get rid of rights that are supposed to be unalienable. Well, let's do a little psychic prediction, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get psychic with it for a minute. Once these free fools get their trifling ass government corporation de facto to get rid of one amendment, baby, you opening the door that shall not be closed ever again. If you succeed, you free persons, in getting your janky stanky ranky foreign well, you're foreign too, so your government to get rid of any of those Bill of Rights, you're working against yourself. Some of them know this already. It's just the newbies. I think it's just the fools of all people that think, excuse me, that it's a great thing to get rid of the rights you fought for. We didn't fight for them, you did. I don't know why I'm defending you. Why? Because I know that once you do that, that shit gonna fall on me as the one that they trying to keep at the bottom of this shit. So I'm looking up the food chain, saying, you know, that's gonna affect a lot of American Indians worse than anybody. Once the fools get the slave master to take away their bill of rights that are supposed to be unalienable. It's like you really will begin to open a door back to subjugation. So amendment, what is this now? 14. Citizenship, the 14th Amendment. It gave citizenship to the slaves. The real slaves, though. The the uh the most recognizable as slaves. They got some citizenship they weren't supposed to have because they were supposed to be a separate nation to nation. But lo and behold, your guardian says, well, how can I be your guardian if you're a separate nation, dummy? So let me give you not the citizenship that the people on the right that have the Bill of Rights have. I'm going to create a District of Columbia citizenship for your dumb ass and watch as you beg me to keep it. See, they get you to one, they trying to get you to get rid of the Bill of Rights over there. They try to get the free fools to get rid of those, but the idiots on the right, I'm sorry, the fools on the left, they trying to get them to get rid of all of them. And with the idiots on the right, they're trying to get them to fight for that jankiness. Don't you love your United States citizenship? And we have the delusional Indians. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I never give it up ever, God, ever. Kanye said slavery is a choice. He was right. So the 14th Amendment for the slaves, the Negro slaves, that grants you citizenship. Oh my gosh. But it's not the same as what the white people got. Nope. It's privileges and benefits. Lie. ChatGPT might have went the whole way. Just say call it privileges and benefits, not immunities. Due process. Oh, that's cute. Equal. No, it's not equal. I can't co-sign on that lie. If it was equal, it wouldn't even be that whole list on the right wouldn't be there. It would all be the Bill of Rights. And there would be no United States citizens. There would be citizens in each state citizens, not District of Columbia federal citizens, 14th Amendment citizens. So amendment number 3, quartering of soldiers. So in other words, they can't have you take in soldiers at a like in some time of war or whatever. Open your door, let these soldiers in. That just sounds like trouble. Ooh, soldiers get hungry and horny and shit. You gotta hide your babies and stuff. That Amendment 3 might have been a serious one, God. Uh, and meanwhile, on Boo Boo the Fool lane, Boo Boo the Buffoon, on the right, they got Amendment 50, the right to vote, regardless of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. It's just like it's just reminding you you're a slave. You're a slave. You look at them amendments and it just tells you it's still seeing you as a slave. You got transferred from a private servitude to a public debt servitude. That's all. You're directly under the British territory known as the District of Columbia. So you're like direct subjects of Britain. They will never say that, ladies and gentlemen. They can't say that. But again, we have to be of, sound mind to know that what is said about the District of Columbia is that's the square, 10-mile square, that is a territory, not a state. It's a district, but it's a British territory, like Guam or some shit. And I think at one point Puerto Rico was a territory, but I think Puerto Rico is now like a state. Pardon, ladies and gentlemen. So, ooh, y'all got a right to vote. Again, ladies and gentlemen, these are all pitiful substitutes for being a sovereign nation to nation standing. But when you are ignorant, you'll think this is the greatest thing to be of an inferior citizenship, number one, with a bunch of temporary, alienable, quote unquote, rights. Okay, so we're going to look at how this breaks down if we ever get to the rest of these 4 pages. And ladies and gentlemen, although I wanted to go further, I think we might. Well, no, we did want to look at the graphics, I think. I think we did have a graphic for this, which might be the thumbnail. So maybe we'll do that, ladies and gentlemen, because it looks like we're taking the scenic route. When I had other slides I wanted to show, that they're going to have to be a separate video. So Amendment 4 on the Bill of Rights side, freedom from unreasonable searches and seizures. So they can't just come in, break in your house and all of that if it's unreasonable. Um, Meanwhile, on Mungu the Buffoon side, you got a right to vote regardless of your sex. Hmm. Yup. Yes. Mm. I know, ladies and gentlemen, this seems great. Like when you read that, you think, well, what's so bad about the civil rights? Well, again, the fact that it's separate from the Bill of Rights is one problem. They're called two different things, and although in the legal world, if two things are named two different things, legally they're not the same. Just from a legal perspective alone, ladies and gentlemen, they would at least have to be called the same thing to be the same thing. But when you get in the wool pulled over your eyes, they're gonna say it's the same. Look, you could vote whether you're a man or woman, a hermaphrodite, a transitional, whatever. It sounds cool, right? But it's not, ladies and gentlemen. They're all temporary. Wasn't Donald Trump going to get rid of transsexuals? This is what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. I just thought they were playing with people because you had one administration practically leading you to the transformation of medical center with Biden in them. It's like, so you got one administration like, go get your sex change. Go on. Go on, you can do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. And then a bunch of people go and get, stuff lopped off and canals carved out and stuff. Do what you want, do what you want. Um, and they do all of that. And then the next administration comes in, everything you did is illegal. Is that not playing with people, ladies? I just thought, man, them people, I mean, I'm talking about people who went the extreme of changing their whole body to be told now that there's no such thing as, you know, you I think what it is that if I think the it what if I'm recalling correctly, it's that there would be no more like bathrooms for it would only be, two sexes or whatever. I forgot how I forgot how it played out, but I just recall thinking to myself, that is so fucked up that after these people were practically escorted to the laboratory with one administration, the next one said, "Oh, everything you did is no longer." Like, but you you know you just can't go back and you know get those parts back. I'm sorry, I'm not. It's nothing that is funny. In fact, truly, I just thought this system it just plays with people. It just plays with people. Uh, Amendment number 5, grand jury, double jeopardy, self-incrimination, due process, just compensation. Something came up about just compensation. I forgot what it was, but it was something I think my colleague was telling me about something about compensation. Somewhere it came up, but I can't recall it. Um, Meanwhile, on Moo the buffoon side of things, amendment, Boo Boo Amendment number 24, abolition of poll taxes in federal election. Now, these were former Indians who have been misclassified, colored, Negro, black. Now they taxing the shit out of these folks. They even have to pay taxes at the poll. So at one point in your treasured republic, they had you niggas paying a tax at the poll. And it doesn't seem that the white people had to pay no tax to vote. So what's that? A way to discourage you from voting? They's like, we want to give you the right, but we're not sure. So what we'll do is we'll just put all kinds of things that discourage you. Now, one of the latest things they're doing, ladies and gentlemen, as of the past several years, is that if you had a place in your neighborhood that's called your pole or whatever, they will move that shit to the next neighborhood. You go thinking that your shit is still at the where you go at IS 59, whatever the school is, or the church, or whatever the hell. You get over there and say, "Oh no, you're not listening here. Your poll is over in the other counties." It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, get out here. I see you listening, but so you got till 9 p.m. and you know got there late already, and now you got to try to find a place you've never been. So what? I didn't get to vote again. That's how they do. It's like, how does a system work against itself? Well, when it's a colonizer system, this is part of what they do. And those delusional Indians that are crying out to rebuild their republic that they never had, this is what they're going to get. Because what? We don't apparently learn from history. We just say, God is going to, Jesus is going to fix it. Hmm. If he didn't fix it in the last 250 years, um, I don't know how to break this to you. So, um, you'll probably be dead before he quote unquote fix it. You know that, don't you? Yeah, but at least in the spirit, okay, I gotta say good night right now. Good night. Good night. Because your sleep is like a permanent thing. So I'm saying good night, even though it's the afternoon. I'm just saying good night. Okay. Because you will be going night night by the time some fictional being fixes this for you. Oh, that's right. He built you a mansion in on the clouds, right? Oh yeah. Right. So you saying that's almost finished? And the only next step is the permanent sleep that I just said you. Oh yeah, right. That's not okay. That works for you? Yeah. Oh, okay. All righty then. Bon voyage. Okay, so they took away your poll taxes. You can work that poll for free now. Oh, yeah. It's still temporary. It's not unalienable. All of those things we read are subject to change, ladies and gentlemen of the Republic. I just try to help you if you're an American Indian. Nation to nation. What German goes and votes in a Russian election? Next up, Amendment 6, right? Rights of the accused in criminal prosecution. Okay. Meanwhile, in Moo the Fool Lane, oh, that's the last one for Moo the Fool. It's a, we've reached the end of the road, but you can't let go. It's so natural to be moo moo fool that you do it every day to the end of the road. Oh, I'm sorry, 26. 24 was above. This is Amendment 26. The right to vote at age 18. Oh, when Mumu the Fool turned 18, she could vote. It's like, you notice something, ladies and gentlemen, that it seemed like they made the right to vote into like what, five like amendments to say you can vote. It's just like repeat vote. You can vote here, you can vote here. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, the ones on the left are so varied. And meanwhile, the Mumu the Fool side, it's like you getting the repeated right over and over again for the hearing impaired. Uh, so you had the right to vote regardless of sex. You can vote now with no poll taxes. You can vote at age 18. And oh wait, you can vote regardless of your race. Ooh. Well, that seems a little, what do we say, Lisa Joe? Ah, that's an interesting one because the Bill of Rights, okay, so that's where I guess is where defenders of these inferior rights will say, well, you see, that's important, Amendment 15, because before colored people couldn't vote. So now the system opened up to everybody. Well, see, that's the problem with the 14th Amendment. It as well, it became open to everybody, and that became a problem. So what I'm sensing is the disingenuousness of Amendment 15. The thing with these janky amendments is that they're all for Negroes, right? But again, things that are made for Negroes are then being like spread out to it happened to us. So you're using me, an American Indian, to make rights for everything. But if it was made for me because I was emancipated, I just feel that there's something disingenuous about this. Okay, let me put it to you a different way, lady, right? Because I could kind of sense, well, why wouldn't they want to be fair to every other race? Well, because it was those group of people that were misclassified, you know, colored, Negro, black. Um, Guess what I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is when you have a Martin Luther King doing all he did, right? Who was really feeling the oppression? It had to be the group of people being led by a man of that said people who was also quote unquote Negro. His the whole reason for the civil rights was because of Negroes that you keep calling African, right? So that's where the disingenuousness is, I'm sensing, is that you set them apart as one race, but then when you go to make it what seems like you're trying to do right, which you're not, you don't keep the focus on the, it's like someone who is okay, so let's go with the most common one. Someone who's not a Jew getting benefits due a Jew or something like that for something that the Jew went through specific, but now it's being just made this carte blanche. Let's give it to everybody. No, but it was an exclusive people that need this to be for them because you only do it to those people, really. They need it more because they're the exclusive race that is at the bottom of the dunghill. So they need it more than the other races because the other races, just by virtue of not being quote unquote Negro, they're going to get a level of respect and acceptance that this one marginalized group never gets. But again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm falling into that weirdo place that I just spoke against. The truth of the matter is, you shouldn't be separating people by race, period. If you want to give them rights, just give them the same ones you gave the folks on, well, they didn't, that's a significant difference, ladies and gentlemen, is they didn't give free persons those rights. The free persons gave it to themselves, which is another problem with the set of rights on the right. The slaves did not give themselves, it was created for them, which means that it's the creator that giveth can taketh away, which is why those rights are seen, those civil rights are alienable, able to be taken away. So I'm sorry, I kind of fell off because within these civil rights, there's still problems. Like a way to avoid the problems would be, again, do not give one group of people a whole different citizenship when there's already top notch of this system. Well, it's not really. I'm sorry. Really is. Well, we won't go there. It would equal it out and make it more fair and just if you didn't have two sets of rules for two different people. But then when you do make the two sets of rules for the two people, one set of people are sharing theirs with everybody else, which is kind of unfair to them if you're going to do, you know, this kind of dual kind of thing, dual citizenship thing, which is not, again, when it's dual, you're going to be going, the system is going to go by the worst of the duality. It shouldn't be dual. It should not be dual because you're getting dubious dealings. But we did reach the end of Moo the Fool's side, so we done with Moo Bot. Good night, Moo. Hope you enjoyed the ride while it lasts. So meanwhile, on the more let's say the more privileged group on the left, they get Amendment 7, trial by jury in civil case. All right now. Amendment 8, excessive bail, excessive fines, cruel and unusual punishment. They're not going to get excessive bail. They're not going to get excessive fines. And that's one I would say that moo on the right need the most because when they go to court, they get excessive bail, excessive fine, and cruel and unusual sentencing at the very least, which is punishment. Their sentencing is off the chain. So that's the one that Moo on Moo the buffoon needed more than all of them other rights that all them voting. You could I really feel you can lump. Let's see. Let's look one more time. Where every time you see the word vote. So we're good with the first two, Amendment 13 and 14. From that point on, it's just all different voting things. Oh my gosh, this side is looking so janky to me. It's like they're trying to spread it out, take that voting thing and make it to beef up the very limited rights that Bumbu's food on the right have. So if we were to lump Amendment 15, 19, 24, and 26 together, it'd just be the right to vote and all that come, for everybody. Right to vote for everybody. If we lumped it together, civil rights amount to three um, amendments. Because come on, ladies and gentlemen. Them last four, one, two, three, four. They could be lumped together. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, right? They could be lumped together. It's all about voting. So what we gonna do? We're gonna make them visual, ladies, because we want people to see when they getting moo moo the food. We just want you to see the your food though. Excuse me. So we gonna say these can all be put into one. Come on now, ladies and gentlemen. Come on now. This all amounts to one. Come on. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. So you got one, two, three civil rights, okay, ladies and gentlemen. Negroes, are we are we on board? Do we see what's going on? Okay. Altogether, you really just got three Reconstruction, emancipation, rights. One, two, three. And they're not permanent, so don't get too comfortable. Don't get too comfortable. I think we should even number it. Because we want the visual. We need the visual. Okay, so let's see. How we gonna do this? One, two, oh, and this one. Oh, darn it. Let's just do it here. Three. Got three. One, two, three. And we one and done, okay? It's the Trinity and done. One and done. Yeah, because, yeah. Late, I can't believe that they stretched this and made it as if it's like, what? Like six. Like y'all got six. I can't believe they stretched it. No wonder ChatGPT was playing with me. They had to figure out how to make one amendment into one, two, three, four amendments. That ain't even all together. They're trying to trick you. They want you to see how similar they are, so they spread them out. That's why they spread out, because it's all one. They could add them all and make it one. I wasted my time wasting paper. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm actually shocked. I'm not even playing with you. That's why I really kind of enjoy what I feel the ancestors lead me to some of these videos, because before I did this, I was like hemming and hawing. You see, it took me 4 days to get to this for other reasons, but partly because I just thought it, I felt it wasn't differentiating the Bill of Rights and the civil rights like I wanted it to. But now that I see that basically you can reduce these six civil right amendments to three, I'm like, oh my goodness, we are so fucked all the time, or in this republic. Oh, see, the ones on the left are very varied and cover lots of ground. They just so and ladies and gentlemen, how let me ask you, how has voting worked out for you? Because that is the majority of your civil rights. It all surrounds around voting. Now, that's not including what the shenanigans we talk about when they move you around, your poll moved into the next county, and you got off of work, late, a whole slave trying to get to this poll by 9 o'clock. The one you went to last year, that ain't it no more. You don't even know where this place is. You're rushing, you're tired, you're hungry. Know you've been fucked over by the last set of voting you did. And it's like, oh, this time it'll be different, God. This time be different. It's gonna be different this time. It'll be different this time. Well, if you ever get to the poll, it will be. But no, we're not actually. Oops, there we go talking foolish again. Well, let's just say you can always dream, can't you? That your vote is going to make something different. Okay. Well, I guess you have to believe, right? Because you certainly don't know, right? You just have to believe. Well, you better use them three damn civil rights. You better use them, right? Because that's what we died for these three little rights, right? It's three. Stop it now. Stop playing with me. One, two, three. Okay. And meanwhile, in the good life on the left, they got like, well, 10, right? Yeah, 10. 10 to 3. What's the score? 10 to 3. Who losing? Well, I guess it depends on how you look at it, right? When you're delusional, you'll just say, well, as the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. They ain't gonna help you. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe Lisa. I'm still shocked. I didn't see this before. Okay, so there's your civil rights, and we know that voting doesn't change anything. So you're just left with some privileges. And oh my God, they abolished private servitude. Now you're a whole public slave. Ah, lucky you with a debt on your back. That's what. Now, when you was working for the private person that took over your farm, the debt was, I think you could fairly dream that you might pay it off. Now that you've been made responsible for the debts of the federal government, and that's 38 trillion. And they telling you that this is the kind of debt that's going to go for generations of Negroes, generations and generations and generations. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, by now you're saying to yourself, well, Heru, you keep thinking that only Negroes is paying that national debt, but isn't at this point everybody a United States citizen, including white people, everybody who gets a free lunch for a while? The illegal immigrants, well, they not. They what they say, a pathway. They on the pathway to citizenship. Okay, whatever. But wouldn't you say, Heru, that that means everybody gotta pay the net? That what you say? It's not just us poor little Negroes. Uh, please? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I will say that I'm on your side, number one. I don't like you being jerked around because I'm gonna get jerked around because we look the same, right? So now when Amor says that, it's not the same. The more is foreign. When he says this versus me saying it, it's two different things. That's a whole foreigner saying, "We well, look, I look like you, and now you and me, yeah, you happy family, you know." No, you're from North Africa. I'm from the Americas, North Africa. I'm all American. So no, it's not the same thing more. So can you, you know, just I don't know, do whatever you do. Just stop calling yourself American, please. So so you might say, well, everybody, well, is a United States citizen at this point. Everybody who got their citizenship is the United States. So don't that mean they all gotta pay the public debt and not just we Negroes? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we know how racism works, right? We know this. I gave you an example of it. Let's revisit that example because it speaks to this question. There is a falafel cart, right? We talked about the falafel cart incident. How racism or I don't know, political disenfranchisement of American Indians works is that card is there. Everybody goes to it no matter what race they are. You could say they're all United States citizens that go to this card, right? But it's the quote unquote black ones that will be often asked to pay more than everybody else that comes there. I've seen it. I've seen it. And so the example I gave, ladies and gentlemen, one night, there's actually two examples, but one is a little more telling than the other. And what it was I started to realize that the guy behind the cart, who it was nighttime, so they come out and they can be out there for hours. Um, and there was a crowd of people. There was a club not too far away. Its club is that on 13th Street in the city. Ooh, I know the name, but I can't think of it right now. But it's on East 13th, East 12th Street, I believe. Okay. I wish I could think of the name. Damn it. But anyway, maybe I'll put it in the comment section. It was a crowd of people. And so business was doing good. And at that time of the night, the options are a little bit limited because they've probably been out all day. So they're basically down to maybe they might say, we just have rice and lamb. We ran out of shrimp. So it's just rice and we have a little bit of salad left. But it's still going to be the same price, even if they run out of something. So say now a full platter is the rice, the salad, the falafel, or the lamb or the chicken. Um, if they run out of something, they're not going to discount the price. You're still going to pay for the platter, which is another reason why the guy in the truck who was serving me should not have needed to consult his coworker on what the price was for me. You see, there's a crowd of white, mostly white people ordering from you tonight. You know what the prices are because of all of these people here that I didn't see you, uh, you know, I didn't see you flinch. You knew what the price was. You told him flat out. Now, unfortunately, I didn't hear the prices he given them, but what cued me in is that he didn't know what to charge me. And I knew instinctively that he was looking to charge me more. Hemming and hawing, looking at the guy was fairly young, so I think his poker face wasn't at top level. He didn't feel right about it, but he knew that price is different for certain people. I'm not sure what. So I instinctively knew that I was somehow getting shafted. It didn't make these guys, the older ones are very good at it. They'll shoot out a price and not flinch, and so something is a little harder to tell. But this younger dude, this younger halal guy, he hesitated, and it instantly registered to me that they were working an angle on me. Another time, I went to a truck one night. The price was like $7 for a platter or something like that. And it's one guy. I go another night to the same truck, same corner. So they pay for those locations. So they can't just go to any. I knew it was the same truck. And uh, I bought the same thing, but I added a water. Now the water is usually $2 or $1. So the most I would have been paying was like $8, maybe $9. This guy charged me $13 for a platter and a water. And I knew that was the other example of some of them now they have this, you know, where they can just make up anything. But the first incident I described to you, that was clearly based on race. The second one, I can't for sure say there wasn't a crowd of people or white people around. And so, but it still showed me that it's like a sliding scale type of deal of how whatever they feel. And I think it's based on the race. So I say all this to say, yes, it would appear that because everyone is now a United States citizen, and white people are still state citizens. Well, they're supposed to be state citizens and federal citizens. Emancipated slaves were never state citizens. They began as District of Columbia citizens. So I knowing how a colonizer entity tends to operate, I would say that yes, it appears that every United States citizen is liable for the public debt and cannot question it. But because white folks have access to the Bill of Rights as unalienable, um, I bet you that the national debt is not put on quote unquote white people. If it is a much less, it's a fraction of what Negroes are paying. I can almost guarantee you. I can almost guarantee you. So again, we might say, yeah, well, the United States, they spread that 14th Amendment to everybody, not just the Negroes. White people are 14th Amendment citizens too, dual citizens. But that does not mean that based on their race, they're not going to get the quote unquote white privilege of not having to be truly responsible for that public debt. The white people have nothing to lose. So it doesn't make sense to put a debt on them because they're not the true birthright landowners like American Indians are. So it would make logical sense for any debt to fall predominantly on the landowners. That just makes logical sense, ladies and gentlemen. So I can almost guarantee you that yes, even though white people are now considered dual citizens, meaning they're a citizen of the state and of the District of Columbia, because the District of Columbia is greedy like that. It don't care about, we all subjects according to the District of Columbia, but I think some of us are field Negroes and some of us are house Negroes. The white people would be more like the house Negroes. And of course, Negroes would be the field Negroes. And all it takes is for the federal government to recognize via your paperwork that you're Caucasian and to not put that debt on you and throw it onto any groupings of people known as Black, Negro, colored. I can almost guarantee you, ladies and gentlemen, we're on page 2 of 4 pages. I kind of don't even want to go through the rest of these Bill of Rights because the point is we're not in this system, ladies and gentlemen. That is the major overriding point. We were not part of the Republic. When you enter the Republic, you are no longer an Indian, or you are an incorporated type of Indian, which is not an Indian. You're just a free person masquerading as an Indian. You're not living in the standing of a birthright Indian. Point blank, period. Now, you will wear your feathers. You may have that, again, the 501c3. You may be talking about how you was an Indian back in the day. But if you are part of this republic, the republic was not for American Indians, evidenced by Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. As we say all the time, we're very repetitive. We have to be. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 says you're not represented in the United States, but they have taken a guardianship over you. That's why, and that's how they deal with you as a ward. So to not be that, you cannot be part of the republic. If you are in the republic, number one, you're going against the Constitution, Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, because Indians are not taxed, enumerated, not represented in the republic. So, again, if you are seeking to be part of the republic, you're only an Indian by a superficial name. In actual practice, you are not an American Indian. You're not a birthright American Indian. You're a federally recreated Indian, which means your creator has creator rights over you. You don't have say. You have those three rights on the right. That is it. Those others, they will say that they're available to you, but that is on a case by case basis at best. We know that this corporation is not playing with the Negroes. If you think that you're entitled to those other Bill of Rights because they told you so, since when did they tell us the truth? They don't even want to tell us that we're American Indians. They're insisting, even in their AIs, that we are African. Is that not a lie? Okay. So when they tell you that, oh yeah, you got all them rights too. Yeah. How do you like we already called one out already, which was excessive bail, excessive fines, the way you get sentenced, the way you fill the prisons. Is that not excessive? So no, they will tell you that you have access to those Bill of Rights. As an American Indian, you're not supposed to be part of any of these rights. But they will tell you when you willing to be moon with a fool and you're not trying to be an American Indian, they can tell you anything. Because that means you're operating as a federally created Indian, not a birthright Indian. So they can tell you whatever the hell they want because they created you and they create whether you have rights and what rights you have, depending on how they feel at any given time when you show up in their courts. It's up to the judge. Has nothing to do with statutes, codes, rules, regulations. It has everything to do with what you look like and how he's feeling on that day. But he tends to, if he's going to sentence you, he tends to route you to prison for as long as possible. Amendment 9, rights retained by the people. I don't even know what that means, but okay. You got rights retained, but okay. Number Amendment 10 is powers reserved to the states, ooh, or to the people. I know that's a problem for the feds because, as we said, states, we don't even hear about their constitutions. I think the news, I think politics on the news, it's always going to see the United States as a collective. And it doesn't really speak to the constitutions of the individual states because the PSYOP is to not, don't think of yourself as an individual state. Always look to the British territory as your lord. Format keeps the comparison entirely within the Constitution and avoids statutes or commentary. If your goal is to compare the constitutional protections that predate the Civil War with those adopted afterward, this is the principal constitutional framework. Okay. What they just showed us. That's the principle. Okay. When they strip it out. These questions touch on constitutional history as well as political philosophy, so it's useful to separate what the historical record shows from philosophical conclusions. Okay, so that's page two. Let's move on to three. Okay, so here's where we want to like tighten our thinking caps, ladies and gentlemen. I highlighted these because I wanted to comment on them and not miss them. So, who created the Bill of Rights? The answer, historically, remember he said we wanted to go historical, not philosophical, philosophical. So historically, the Bill of Rights were drafted by human beings. Okay, so they're giving a significance to the free persons here, calling them human beings. So it's a way of trying to say that these rights are organic. And it was principally created by James Madison. Debated by Congress and ratified by the states in 1791. Bill of Rights was drafted by human beings, principally James Madison, debated by Congress, and ratified by the states in 1790. So, human beings, but the principal was James Madison. Philosophically, many of the founders believed, the founders of the Bill of Rights, they were not creating rights, but rather recognizing and protecting rights that already existed. This idea is reflected in the United States Declaration of Independence, which states that people are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights. So that's how the Bill of Rights became unalienable, because the founders, remember we thought it was a right to life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. Well, this is more, I want to say, substantial, because the Bill of Rights are believed to be endowed by their creator. Now, we know we don't have the same gods. That's why we were called heathen. So their creator, the storm war chaos deity, I'll have to look that up, storm war chaos deities, and remember that the original storm war chaos deity was Set. So we always go to the original thing to know what the latter thing is. So it says they believe those rights were like God given and unalienable. Those set of rights we looked at on the left side of the page, they have been sanctioned or sanctified. I'm sorry, sanctified is a better word to say, as being from God. So, under the founders' expressed philosophy, God or the creator was understood to be the source of unalienable rights. The people acting through government wrote the Bill of Rights to help protect those rights from federal infringement. It was meant to curtail the power or limit the power of the federal government. The way Anna used to say it of the state nationals is uh, the states had the sovereignty and they gave a portion of their sovereignty to the federal. But, ladies and gentlemen, we must, as American Indians, always see this through the eyes of American Indians and our ancestors. So now, um, how do you limit a monarchy, especially when you basically are inviting them to own what they call a territory among your states? If so, it's almost like the free persons break away from their monarchy and then they make a place for them in their alleged land. Because we know whose land it really is, but let's just go with it. Let's kind of go with it for now. I just personally think that if you just break away from a tyrant, how do you turn around and then give them some kind of governing limitations when the federal government, well, I think what the way they say it is that, well, that was a neutral territory that all the states could go to. Why would you need that to be, you know, but why would that be a British territory, though? It should be, oh, I can't even say it. It doesn't even sound right to say it, ladies and gentlemen. But if this were their land, just make it an American territory instead of a state. But that territory is known as a British territory. So again, if you're trying to move away from your slave master or subjugator, you got to move away. This is what this is what we say to Indians all the time. You got to get out. But it looks like the state nationals or the original free persons, they didn't think they had to get out. Well, they couldn't. As we always say, they were living on a fictitious state that their monarchs created. So technically, ladies and gentlemen, they are still, I hate to really say it that way, but they're still basically subject to British domination because the states belong to, they were created by British monarchs. It wasn't created by the free persons. That's how creation rights work. And I think when we look at the creation of the Bill of Rights, we will begin to see why the Bill of Rights are superior being created by the people and civil rights. Let's look at them. Again, who created civil rights? Again, historically, civil rights were created or defined through constitutional amendments and legislation enacted by elected representatives after the Civil War. So we want to kind of compare the two. One was they named a specific human being, James Madison and some other human beings. But the civil rights, they don't add the human element and they don't name a specific person. They say, excuse me, they say the civil rights were enacted by elected representatives. But did Negroes have elective power to elect those representatives? No, they didn't get those till after the civil rights were created. But who created the civil rights? The point we're making, ladies and gentlemen, is that there was no Negro representing Negroes that created the civil rights. I mean, we could argue it was probably a more, but that's not That's not an American Indian. It's a foreigner creating your civil rights. If you don't create them yourself, whoever did has the authority over you. That's why civil rights are alienable, meaning they can be taken away by the person who created them. Whereas the Bill of Rights are seen as created by the people for the people. We could say it that way. The Bill of Rights are said to be basically by the free persons for the free persons. Namely, one of the free persons named John James Madison. They're seen as being from God. This is how the free persons weave in their religion based on the storm, war, chaos deity as seen to be their creator. So I hope, ladies and gentlemen, you can sort of see one is created, we're going to simplify it, by the free persons for the free persons. That's the Bill of Rights. The civil rights should have, if the people under civil rights were to have power and authority, they would have had to create the civil rights themselves. So the Negroes that were considered slaves, in order for them to have creative authority or creation authority, they would have had to have written out their civil rights. But the way this is coming about is that once again, Congress is unilaterally, and we saw that unilaterally means they did it on their own, not from any representatives, not from any of the people that they're representing, which is the Negroes, because they weren't representing Negroes. Because the Negroes were American Indians that were supposed to have their own nation, but they have made us over into a disenfranchised person of color. So what is the point? The point is, if you didn't create your rights, they are not yours to keep. And by design, civil rights are not permanent rights. The rights we saw on the left, the Bill of Rights, we read that they're considered permanent, granted by God. These other things, the three on the right, they're not from God, they're from Congress. It wasn't a specific person. It is a group of your guardians who shall remain unnamed for some reason. They don't name any specific person. It wasn't Martin Luther King. He just was the one that I guess they saw as they could use him. And then he woke up and realized, hey, he's in a burning house. And he led other Negroes into that burning house. And then pow pow, and it's all over, right? So let's look at who created civil rights and try to get a clue, because ChatGPT, again, I was fighting with ChatGPT to get this. It didn't really want to differentiate Bill of Rights from civil rights. Civil rights were created or defined not by the Negroes that it was created for, but through constitutional amendments and legislation enacted by elected representatives. Well, the Negroes did not elect those representatives. So the representatives came up with this on their own. That's why civil rights must be continuously signed in by elected representatives. And we always say the first time I saw this with my own two eyes is back, I think it was the early 20s, 2020s, when, like we always say, Georgia Negroes were in jeopardy of losing their right to vote. Right to vote was unalienable, not for Negroes. Negroes are under civil rights. White people will always be able to vote. Negroes, like the ones in Georgia, they were saying they could lose that right. And I remember back then I didn't know anything. I just remember thinking, wow. At the time I was like, but it's more than racism, ladies and gentlemen. It's the disenfranchisement of the original people of this land, and it encompasses forms of genocide. Again, who created the civil rights? It was elected representatives. Who elected the representatives? It wasn't the Negroes. No, it wasn't. Because they didn't get, they did not get the right to vote. It was just being created by these elected representatives. So it was not the Negroes themselves who were being emancipated. They had no say. Their guardian took control of them once they got them off of their lands. For example, Congress proposed the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. Congress, but it wasn't through a representative process. Indians slash Negroes had no say. When someone makes up your rights, you don't have any say. I don't care how nice they seem. They simply have the control over you. This is why Indians who have sense know that they have to create their own system of law. We don't go by English laws, ladies and gentlemen. As American Indians, we will not be going by English law. Oh, no, we won't. Oh, no, we won't do that. Who created English law? The English, namely the monarchs. Why would we want to use their law, giving them the authority over us? When we create our laws, they are permanent. This is the point. When a man or a woman create their own laws, those laws are permanent. Unless the man or woman themselves, not some foreigner, it is only the man or woman who decides if their laws will go away or not. Until then, they are permanent. You define them. That's another very important part. What we're seeing is a corporation that redefines words to whatever they want them to mean. That's why we can't use their words, or we have to put a disclaimer. Do not assume, do not assume that the words in our laws are synonymous or equivalent to the definitions found in English law. Do not assume that we are using legalese. We can provide the definition of the words we are using if they appear to be one and the same with your word and your definition of that word. It won't be the same. we define what words in our law mean or refer to. So the states ratified those amendments. Again, Indians were not part of the states. So what you have is a bunch of elected representatives playing guardian over Negroes, creating the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. And as we said, you really only have three, even though they look like, what was it, six? Because the last four are just all about voting. That could all be reduced to one freaking amendment, y'all. They really stretched that one out. So let's read this again. Historically, civil rights were created or defined through constitutional amendments and legislation enacted, acts by Congress, elected representatives after the Civil War. Because you lost the Civil War, they said. So they took it upon themselves to give the losers, the slaves, the emancipated slaves, they created what laws you got. And those who want to be in the Republic, don't ever think that they're going to get rid of those. First of all, you're agreeing to their domination. However ignorant that is, you're doing it. So you've already created a contract. What is the contract of delusional Indians that want a republic? You go by the republic's rules, not yours. It's always been that way in this republic. We're looking at the evidence of it right now. Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. These Negroes were not part of the republic until the republic decided for them to be part of it. And that was only done to take away their natural birthright. So again, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of these Indians on the YouTube platforms will be very convincing when they're telling you to join the Republic and what is it? The Republic was made after indigenous people laws. Oh no, it wasn't. Mm-mm. We had a whole different language. And then the language that colonizer created, well, again, that's his when the Cherokee were the first to get writing from their colonizer. That was in 1865. Actually, uh-oh. Yeah, and then in 1866, Civil Rights Act came along. But Mumus was just getting their writing. They don't know nothing about this language. For real, they just got it. But so again, what we're trying to establish is that these civilized tribes didn't have their own thing. They were mimicking the republic, that they didn't have a republic. It's only the civilized tribes that they're ever really talking about. So when you hear somebody say that this government was fashioned after indigenous people, no, they if anything, they were fashioned after the civilized tribes, which are fashioned after the United States. So it's all the United States. Had nothing to do with indigenous people because the indigenous people that they're talking about are like Iroquois and the civilized tribes. So these are all compromised. They don't have their own thing. They're using colonizers' thing. Okay, so in that historical sense, so we highlighted this, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see if I remember why. In that historical sense, civil rights are legal rights established through political and legislative processes rather than described as pre existing in the same way the Declaration describes unalienable rights. Ladies and gentlemen, what they just said, basically, that's how they're saying what I said, that it's about who created it. And also, uh, the origin, the origin. Let's read it one more time. In that historical sense, civil rights are legal rights, okay, established through political and legislative process. It didn't come from the emancipated slaves. They were herded into civil rights like the cattle they were seen as. Okay? You have to make your rights like the free persons did when they created the Bill of Rights for you to have authority. But it's already been done, and it's been done by white people, and you're not going to redo it because they're not changing their republic. We know this for sure because they just reestablished what? The 14th Amendment. So in other words, you're never gonna be a state citizen. If you're a United States citizen, oh, they're gonna say you're a state citizen, but you know damn well as a Negro that you were never part of the state. You went straight to being a District of Columbia citizen. You were never part of the state. So no, you didn't create those Bill of Rights. Free persons did. And yes, there were some Negropeans in that process, but they booted them out once they created free persons of color. And that's what the Negropean actually wanted, we decided. The Negropean actually foreplanned being lumped together with us because that's how he's going to eat us from the inside out. That's why we have Indians who want the Republic right now. He has eaten through those Indians' brains. And now that Indian is like basically, or for all practical purposes, an Indian has just been made over into a Moor, meaning the Indian is now foreign, got infected by the Moorish narrative. And so now he wants what a Moor wants, and he esteems what a Moor esteems. A Moor needs a republic to be here. American Indians do not need a republic to be here. They don't need this English legal system to be here. Moors want an English system here because that was their forefathers that created this English system that was meant to fragment or into a caste system. So, I'm sorry, we're going to read it again. In that historical sense, civil rights are legal rights established through political and legislative process rather than described as pre-existing. I want to correlate that pre-existing, the power of being pre-existing. I want to apply that to being first contact Indians because they also try to depreciate what it means to be a first contact Indian. But we can see here in their laws, they know that the first thing is not the same as the secondary thing. So if we went with this example, Algonquins are pre-existing, whereas Iroquois, and especially the five civilized tribes, they are not pre-existing. They come into existence during colonization. They don't pre-exist colonization. So they don't have the authority that first contact Algonquins have. But colonizer will never tell you that because the idea is he does not want you to identify with your Algonquin roots. Did free persons create the Bill of Rights? See, I had to get ChatGPT to stop talking around it, and let's see what she said. Historically, yes, in the sense that the delegates, you see, members of Congress and state legislators who framed and ratified the Constitution and Bill of Rights were acting as representatives of the political communities that participate in the constitutional process. What is that saying, ladies and gentlemen? What is it letting us know? Free persons had the freedom to create their Bill of Rights. But if you're an emancipated slave, you're just beginning to get into the world of having rights. So you don't have the authority to create your civil rights. Someone else did. But they did that without representing you. Now you could say, well, they did represent me because they did it for me. No, you were supposed to have a say. For them to represent you, you would have had a say. It's a representation where someone is just taking the lead and making all the decisions. That's not really representation. That's domination. But we want to distinguish how free persons got their Bill of Rights versus how emancipated slaves got inferior civil rights. And we talked about why they're inferior. What did we say? The main one is that they're connected to the civil rights are directly connected to the United States citizenship. So it's a different citizenship than those who created the Bill of Rights. Those who created the Bill of Rights were citizens of the states. The Bill of Rights, I'm sorry, the civil rights was not created by the emancipated slaves who were not citizens of the state. It was Congress being your guardian that gave you these rights you had no say in. Free persons, they wrote down what rights they were going to be governed by when it comes to the federal government. They told the federal government what you can and cannot do. When it comes to emancipated slaves, the federal government is telling you what you can and cannot do. They will always have that power just by the way civil rights originated alone. It will never be said that Negroes wrote down their rights. That will never, ever, ever, ever be said unless someone is lying to you. The truth is, the federal government wrote and defined your laws, meaning they decide what laws you have, not you. That is the fundamental difference between the Bill of Rights and civil rights. Let no man lie to your face ever again. Did free persons create the Bill of Rights? Historically, yes, in the sense that they had delegates who represented them. Okay? Delegates, members of Congress, and state legislators who framed and ratified the Constitution and Bill of Rights were acting as that's the key because we're getting a little bit off track with it. Let's highlight this. It should have been highlighted. Delegates, members of Congress, and state legislators were acting as representatives of the states. the free persons. Okay? Those involved in that process were not representative of the entire population. Many groups, including women, enslaved people, there you go, Negro, there you go, Nick, American Indian, and many others did not participate equally. Come on, they did not participate in the political process of the era. What is that saying, ladies and gentlemen? Negroes are not considered as having anything to do with the Bill of Rights. They did not create them, so they wouldn't apply to you. See, I didn't even look at it from that angle, but that is a very real angle. Like the United States will say that the Bill of Rights is for everybody. That is not exactly true. It's for those who actually created it, period. If you were enslaved, that's how I know you weren't part of the Republic for those Indians who just so hard headed. But I know, or I should know, that they probably are not Indians, but I'm just saying. You were considered of the enslaved population. Negroes, Indians were lumped in that group. Okay. And then when we were not lumped in that group, were said to have been free persons. In other words, Negro peons. Now, American Indians were basically being indentured, and that indenture turned into permanent slave in the example of John Punch. If you please look up John Punch, he is known as the first, quote unquote, Negro to be made a permanent slave. Now, we thought that 1619 brought permanent slaves. Well, let's see when John Punch was made a permanent slave. They say he's the first one that was made a permanent slave. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is an off-camera search. When was John Punch made a permanent? Permanent. Okay. So we are told that the 1619 project brought these slaves as permanent slaves, but then they say they weren't there. It's just confusing, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how you steal people from Africa, allegedly, and they are considered indentures because an indenture is a contract, right? They tell us that they just grab Negroes randomly, no contract necessary. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot really deal effectively in lies. So it's probably best just to keep it pushing for now. John Punch was made a permanent, lifelong enslaved servant in July 1640. That is practically 20 years after 1619, when quote unquote Africans. But they're saying he he's the first one that was made a permanent slave. Now, see this what okay. In the reading that we did, if you look up the video that we did for John Punch, it'll go into more detail because he was the first one. You see, he's the first one to made remake from what I was looking at in that video, and the documentation that we found. So let's read it. John Punch was made a permanent lifelong. Okay. Okay. So the question was, when was John Punch made a permanent slave? And it was July 1640. As a runaway indentured servant in the colony of Virginia, he was sentenced to this punishment by Virginia's governor's council, while his Two white companions received only extended terms of servitude. So his white uh, companions that were also running away, they were not made permanent slaves. They just got longer uh, term of service. So we're going to take this opportunity to once again ask the delusional Indians. This is 1640. How are you, having a republic that predates the one in 1787? Listen, ladies and gentlemen. Is there a republic existing prior to colonization or the establishment of the United States when we have in July 1640 John Punch? Where was his republic? Because he was an indenture. Where was his republic that made him like a free person? Because to be in a republic, you better be a free person or you're a slave. So I'm asking this question earnestly. When we go before the creation of the United States, where is the republic to protect this man, John Punch, from becoming a permanent slave? Where's the republic at in 1640, ladies and gentlemen? Or were we all being corralled together as if, we were slaves from Africa? How can you be a slave from, how can you have a history of being called a slave from Africa and have a fucking republic prior to the creation of the United States? That is not your republic. The United States is not an American Indian republic. You would have had to have one before the United States. So this was just the colony of Virginia doing this to this dude. Virginia. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The last place a Negro is going to have any authority is in Virginia. Pre-United States, Virginia was not a republic. His two white companions, okay, what kind of republic by Negroes will let the two white companions only get a longer indenturehood while the Negro gets permanent slavery for the same crime? You see how there's no equal anything as far back as 1640? It's never been, Negroes have never been treated equally in this republic. And if Indians want me to believe that they co-sign on Negroes being made into permanent slaves, while white uh, companions, they just get a longer term of their indenturehood. Because indenturehood, remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's service for a number of years. So the white escapees, when caught, they just got more years to serve. John Punch, he was sentenced to lifelong slavery. It says historians, I'm sorry, widely consider this 1640 General Court ruling to be the first legal sanctioning of lifelong slavery for an African. They're calling him African. in the English colonies. So I thought when you was from Africa, you was already basically a slave for life. They're saying someone from Africa came here as an indenture, but you say you kidnapped him. So how did he become an indenture? And why would he have to be sentenced to permanent servitude if he was already considered like, well, I guess they're trying to say he was. I still don't get why Africans would even be indentures. I don't understand that because the whole point of indenturehood in the United States is so that American Indians being made into indentures can lose their land. Africans don't have land here. They would have been the most unprofitable indentures in the United States because they don't have everything they have is in Africa. They don't own anything here. So why would a slave master want to make them? It wouldn't matter because the slave master would still own the land over an African, not over an American Indian though. So that means the American Indian is the more profitable catch in terms of being made a permanent indenture. So John Punch was most likely, I would say he was an American. And when he was made a permanent indenture, the person that he was working for took over his land. It was probably a Moor. Yeah, this happened in Virginia. Okay, so let's get back to this document. That was an off-camera Google search. We just wanted to look at uh what were we looking at? The situation of slavery, making it not really feasible that we had a republic of American Indians. I don't think we would have done that to our kins folk. It had to be Moors doing this to us. Okay, so the delegates, members of Congress, this is who, the question is, did free persons create the Bill of Rights? And the answer is yes. Were Negroes free persons? No. If they were, we have to keep breaking it down. I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. It's very confusing. But the only free persons that were Negroes were Negropeans. They are the ones who are breaking away from their king. So American Indians were not free persons. We would have been sovereign. So when you see free persons of color, please, again, we must know that they are not American Indians. So it wouldn't have mattered if free persons of color created a Bill of Rights because they're still not American Indians. They can't create rights for American Indians. But nowadays, a Moor will look you in your face and say, we're the same. I can do that for you. No, you can't. So again, the point is, even if it was a free person of color, he's still a foreigner. So he cannot make laws for American Indians because it will have the effect of subjugating the American Indian to the foreigner who created the Bill of Rights. So it wouldn't matter if it was a free person or white person or a free person of color. They're both foreign and they will both dominate an American Indian. An American Indian has to make their own laws to establish their authority over their destiny. We'll read this one more time. Did free persons create the Bill of Rights? Yes, they did. So let's go to the second bullet point. Those involved in that process were not representatives of the entire population. What that's saying is that it wasn't no enslaved people involved or indentures involved. It was free white persons and maybe some Negropeans. They are not American Indians. So they did. So the enslaved people and women did not participate. I don't know why they put it equally in the political process of the era. Enslaved people did not participate. Period. They weren't citizens. Let's move. Wait. Why do we have this? Because we didn't close this out. Let's close that out. Okay. Did formerly enslaved people create the civil rights amendments? So we asked, did free persons create the Bill of Rights? The answer is yes. So being in an indenture and being seen as an African slave, no, you did not create the Bill of Rights. If you were a free person of color that created the Bill of Rights, that's still a foreigner to an American Indian, so it would not count. If you can follow, please. So now we ask, did formerly enslaved people, the emancipated slaves, did they create the Civil Rights Amendments? The answer, the Reconstruction Amendments were not drafted by formerly enslaved people as a political body. They were proposed by Congress and ratified by the states. Negroes had nothing to do with the creation of civil rights, even though Martin Luther King became the face of it. He did not originally want civil rights. Homie wanted equal rights, meaning he just wanted the damn Bill of Rights, okay? That's not what he got. We never participated equally in as much as we did when we made ourselves over into free persons of color, or we had to basically agree to be called black under duress. We never participated in the Republic once we were grabbed in equally with the foreigners that invaded our land. We never were equal to them. The Republic, for that reason alone, it will just never, ever truly serve you. Why? You did not create it. It belongs to the creator. Did formerly enslaved people create the Civil Rights Amendments? So see, he don't ChatGPT don't want to just give me the no. So we're gonna go around the world with it. I would have liked a no, but let's go around the world with it. The Reconstruction Amendments, 13, 14, and 15, were not drafted by formerly enslaved people because they were slaves, dummy, as a political body. They were proposed by, if whatever Congress creates, Congress can take it away. That is the golden rule. Whatever you create, you can take it away. But when someone else creates it for you, they will grab it from you, probably, when you, even if you want them to stay, they will take it away. You have to be in control of your destiny. You have to create your own laws. They cannot be based on English law. They can't be based on German law. Can't be based on anything European and far. And certainly not African, because we're not African, right? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to put pen to paper and get busy, avoiding in as much as possible any reference to English legalese. We don't want them to think, oh, you got the same thing we got. No, we don't. No, we don't. Because if we do, that means we're going to be dominated by you. And that's not our freaking goal here. The Reconstruction Amendments were not drafted by formerly enslaved people as a political body. They were proposed by Congress and ratified by the states. The Negroes had nothing to do with this process. Through the constitutional amendment process. Well, it was unconstitutional, that process, because you have to have representatives in Congress to get your laws in. Negroes did not have that. That's why these civil rights are fleeting and alienable. Only Congress can bring them back because Congress created them. Formerly enslaved people and Black political leaders certainly influenced Reconstruction. They could have been agents. Through advocacy, testimony, political participation. You must be talking about Negro peons. Were permitted. So testimony, I don't know if you're participating politically, you have to have representatives. I don't know what kind of political participation that ChatGPT is making up here, but it's not the one that is the standard when it comes to this republic. So we're reading some bullshit right here, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, ChatGPT is always trying to bat and windmill for the corporation. Let's read this bullshit again. Formerly enslaved people and Black political leaders certainly influenced Reconstruction. Yeah, but they didn't create it. Through advocacy, testimony, political participation were permitted. Military service during the Civil War and later elected office. However, the constitutional amendments themselves were enacted through the constitutional mechanisms established by the existing government. They did not pre-exist the government like the Bill of Rights is saying. If remember we saw it pre-existed. Civil rights were created by the federal government. Okay. Again, we want to apply this to being first contact Indians because it's the very same authority that they're speaking to here. They will deny when it comes to being first contact with American Indians. They will try to say that don't matter. When you pre-exist something, baby, it matters because that means you have an authority that they don't have. And to be that, you must be Algonquin. Iroquois were, quote unquote, discovered 80 years later after Algonquins to the English. And then the civilized tribes were even more years, I think, after, first contact with Algonquins. So it can be debated as to, whether they were actually in existence when the English first got here. We don't want anything that can be open to debate. That's why our our colleagues are we're claiming to be first contact uh and contact through kinship and descendancy, either kinship or descendancy. So we're not claiming to be Iroquois. We're not claiming to be five civilized tribes. We are going for first contact because that's where it is documented that we were here before the United States and before English got here. Before, yeah, there's namely the English. Although we've been here when Columbus got here in South America and the Caribbean, we were here as well. But because we're under English law, we have to predate English law just to show that it doesn't apply to us. None of it. We're peaceful American Indians. We don't advocate anything but peaceful uh, trans transfer of birthright back to our people. So no, ladies and gentlemen, you can't be part of an Iroquois, not for first contact claims. If you want to be secondary to colonizer, yes, go right ahead and be Iroquois. But if you're Iroquois and you are like, hell no, I don't want to continue this travesty, Just say, you are identified as kin and kin to Algonquins more than Europeans, and Europeans are claiming Algonquin. Yeah. Those who are said to be descendants of Pocahontas, they're claiming Algonquin, those Caucasians. So if they can be Algonquin, any Negro can, as long as he's not African. So it's no big deal, ladies and gentlemen. We just have to know where our authority lies, where we can say without any doubt that we were here before English. We are peaceful American Indians. It has to be done, and it shall be done. Okay? It shall be done. Formerly enslaved. Okay, they tried. Yeah, yeah, they influenced it. Yeah, but they have to create it. They can't influence it. Colonizer is not our friend. He doesn't take our suggestions, especially if they're advantageous to us. He will swat that down quick in a hurry. I also enter as exhibit what Ice Cube was trying to do. Was it Kanye or Ice Cube? Remember when they had a proposal for Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen? This has something to do with creation rights and being first to create and having that authority. It was Ice Cube that had proposed something for quote unquote black people. Now he didn't, might not have known at the time, but he did have this big proposal. I'm sure you might recall, to give to Donald Trump. You may also recall that Donald Trump wanted to rename it. He had to rename it, ladies and gentlemen, to take away creation rights from Ice Cube. So if that were to happen, it would mean that Ice Cube did not create it and he won't be able to take authority over it. Um, Another example of creation rights, being first, to create or to exist, like Algonquins pre-existed the English and the French and the Dutch and the Portuguese, the what do you call Vikings too. So you have to pre-exist something to have authority, and you have to be the creator of a thing to have authority. We were going to say, oh gosh, it was another example. Now I'm not. It was Ice Cube with Trump saying he would just rename it, and what if Trump did that, it would be Trump's creation, and Ice Cube wouldn't have anything to do with it. They'll say, well, he influenced it, but he didn't create it. Once it's recreated, like a civilized tribe is, it's no longer the thing it was. It doesn't have a birthright. It's been rebirthed by colonizer into civilized things and 501c3 things and Native American things. I had another example. Oh, yeah, I was thinking of Mr. Ike Turner. Now, I remember when it hit me when I was, starting to get into the knowledge of creation rights and ownership and all of that and authority. Why did he have to name anime Tina? Because he owned Tina. He was thinking in a business sense. He wanted to own the creation called Tina Turner. She had to go to court to get that to be hers because he owned that. Sure, that's when she realized why it was done in the first place. Prince had to rename himself, whatever that he symbolized himself, because whoever named him Prince, or wait, he named himself. Wait. Let's get it right. He contracted as Prince, and once he got with the record label, they owned Prince, although that was his name. So that's how this game works, basically. You have to create it, but then if it's recreated by someone else, you don't own it anymore. Tina Turner didn't even own her name. That she had to get that from court. She had to get that from court. It was uh, depicted in What's Love Got to Do with It, the film. Powerful film. Uh, People who are very corporate minded, they know these kind of games. They know these kind of games, and a lot of people that get trapped do not. That's basically how a lot of corporations work. They don't let on a lot of things in the beginning, like at the beginning of this republic. Then you find out. Often it's too late. This is why American Indians have to get out and create their own thing so that they can have the authority necessary to control it without any foreign claims on it. Okay. So the last sentence, however, the constitutional amendments themselves were enacted through the constitutional mechanisms established by the existing government. What ChatGPT is trying to tell us is it's government created, not people created. It's corporation created. Therefore, the emancipated slaves have no say or control or authority. They are most definite still slaves. But now they have the public debt on their back instead of the single debt that they owed to their indenture master or person or whatever. Your final question. Would you say that free persons created the Bill of Rights, where civil rights left the slaves with no option to create their rights? I would phrase the historical record this way. Uh-oh. It is historically accurate that the Bill of Rights was drafted and ratified before emancipation, during a period when enslaved people had no political role in that process. See, it just kind of conflicted with what is said above here. Uh, Political participation. Formerly enslaved people and Black political leaders. Certainly, who were those Black political leaders? Like, they had to be Moors, right, ladies and gentlemen? They had to be. Again, if they were Indians, they had given up being an Indian, but political leaders. Well, yeah, again, if they're cheerleading for the Republic, they have to be Moors. American Indians should be cheerleading for what they call their tribal nations. Nation to nation, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it was supposed to be. If you're part of it, it can't be nation to nation. If you're part of the United States Republic, you just eradicated the whole point of being a nation in relation to another nation. I really have to say that some Indians are asking for slavery. The more I hear it and I say it, I realize why would someone choose that after what we've been through? You want to take chances with this bullshit again? That's how much faith you have in Jesus? uh, Inference being we were not Christians either. As we always say, American Indians knew nothing about no Jesus. So for them to believe in him now, all it shows is how quote unquote civilized you are, which will get you in trouble. I don't know what you think you're gonna get at the end of that rainbow, children. I don't know what you think you're gonna get. It's not gonna be a pot of gold. It's not gonna be a pot of gold, baby. The only way to get that is to be American Indian again. Have to be American Indian again and seek your birthright, not colonizer dollars. But let's see how ChatGPT had to try to, you know, change the answer to this question. So again, the final question, would you say that free persons created the Bill of Rights where civil rights left the slaves with no option to create those rights? I should have said those rights. It is historically accurate that the Bill of Rights was drafted and ratified before emancipation, during a period when enslaved people had no political role in that process. It is also historically accurate that the Reconstruction Amendments were adopted through the existing constitutional process rather than being authored or independently enacted by formerly enslaved people. Whether, okay, here we go. Whether that means that civil rights left the slaves with no option to create their rights is an interpretation rather than. Yeah, see the ChatGPT, they have to support these alienable type of rights in any way they can. So they got to make them appealing and say, oh yeah, let's say whether that means that civil rights left the slaves with no option to create their rights. They didn't create civil rights. Is an interpretation rather than an established historical fact. One could accurately observe that formerly enslaved peoples did not control the constitutional amendment process itself. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, dumbass. It had nothing to do with them civil rights. They were created by foreigners for American Indians who have been misclassified. So that means the American Indians are here on the dime of a foreigner's creation instead of their own creation. At the same time, many formerly enslaved people and their families, I'm sorry, formerly enslaved people and their allies actively advocated for legal protections during Reconstruction. Well, yeah, I mean, they were emancipated and they needed to earn a living. So that was probably a big part of what they were really needing. But you would decide that the only way they could participate in the United States is as a new kind of citizen called United States citizen. So you grabbed a desperate people because they were desperate. Kind of like what happens in prison when somebody starts preaching Islam to a desperate Indian who is now finding himself in an extended sentencing for probably minimal crimes. He's fresh and ready, ripe and ready to become poof, Islamic. That's not their original religion. That's not the original spiritual system of American Indians. American Indians were not Abrahamic. Well, when in times of duress, I guess any religion that's constantly badgering you is gonna seem like, okay, all right, this is the only way. My gosh, leave me alone. Goodness gracious. So, at the same time, many formerly enslaved people and their allies actively advocate. See that again, those could have been agents. Just like Stokely Carmichael went door to door, those people in the South, getting them to lose their farms because he thought that they should be part of what was he pushing at that time? The Democratic Party. Yeah, that was an agent, Stokely Carmichael, for ambitious fool. If Martin Luther King led us into a burning house, that fool led us into the towering inferno. Freaking you know, the grand dame of burning buildings is a skyscraper. But she had us in the damn twin towers and shit. That's the kind of burning. At least with Martin, we was in the burning house. This Negro had us in the burning twin towers and equivalent. Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno. 100,000 stories high. Hmm. Stokely Carmichael. Yeah, because people lost, they went into that damn Democratic Party. I mean, they both ain't nothing for American Indians but trouble. But well, I guess they would say the lesser of two evils would seem like it's the Republican Party, but when you're blind. But Stokely had, y'all going into, so again, he led you into the Towering Inferno, the Disco Inferno. To my surprise, 100,000 stories high. People getting loose, falling off the roof. Folks were screaming. And to the colonizer was so entertaining. When the Negroes started to roll, I heard somebody say, burn, Negro, burn. Disco Inferno, burn, baby. Burn that Negro down. Um, so yeah, we had a lot of advocates, people, coercing us to be part of this bullshit. And then we get three amendments because the last four could be wrapped up into one. We got the 4-for-1 sale. Um, bullshit, right? So at the same time, many formerly enslaved people and their allies actively advocated for legal protection. They should have been able to make their own, or just give them the Bill of Rights, damn it. But it was never meant to be because we're not supposed to be part of the Republic. So I'm just saying there was a much simpler way, but the way they did it shows and proves that they were creating a caste system, civil rights for colored, in other words, they're making a distinction between white people and any other people, you know. So let's finish this sentence and be through with it. At the same time, many formerly enslaved people and their allies actively advocated for legal protection, legal authority to propose and ratify amendments rested with Congress. Yes, and the states. So whatever Congress creates, Congress can take it away. If you create it, it cannot be taken away. So is that the end of this doctor? Okay. So if your question is strictly who legally created constitutional provisions, the answer is Bill of Rights, drafted by Congress, principally James Madison, and ratified by the states. Reconstruction amendments proposed by Congress and ratified by the states. But you see, we read that there was representation going on, delegates, right? So either way, they are not one and the same. They are not equal. They're not the equal rights that Martin was speaking of. And it created a different citizenship, a United States citizenship. So that right there tells you it is far from being equal and the same. It certainly is not. Reconstruction amendments proposed by, see, they were proposed by Congress. But in the case of the Bill of Rights, it was James Madison, but it was based on people in the states giving it to, Congress, not Congress making it up without hearing from the slaves. They didn't ask the slaves. The founders, I'm sorry, in the founders' philosophy, the Bill of Rights was intended to secure rights believed to pre-exist government rather than to create them. In the founders' philosophy, the Bill of Rights was intended to secure rights believed to pre-exist government. Civil rights did not pre-exist government. They were created by a government that was looking to categorize people by race. So they kept that bias incorporated in the civil rights. I want to read that one more time. In the founders' philosophy, the Bill of Rights was intended to secure rights believed to pre-exist the government. So those rights, they said, happened before the government, whereas civil rights happened during the government. So they are inferior, just like the Iroquois Confederacy. It happened after first contact. So it can't be said to be first contact. Algonquins are. The key to the redeeming of American Indians is an Algonquin, uncivilized group of Indians. They're the only Indians that are documented as having been here before colonizer. Colonizer can run domination protocols, although he will never admit that that's what's happening. But definitely, he got rid of Algonquins. That's why no one speaks of us. But I'm saying we were all Algonquin before we got compromised by colonizers. He needed to create secondary Indians that he can begin to dominate and say that they gave him, I don't know, some kind of inspiration for his government. Yeah, because he was you. You basically influencing Algonquin Indians. Y'all could do better. We'll help you. That damn Powhatan, he ain't got your best interest. And look at how you treat your women. We don't treat our women that way. Come on, sweet darling. Let's make some sweet love. And then when we done, we're going to create the Iroquois Confederacy. Just have some babies, some half-breeds, and teach them the ways of the turtle. And the first Iroquois said, well, what's a turtle? Oh, right. You never saw one of those before because they're not indigenous to America. They're these lovely creatures from Mongolia. Mongolia? Yes. But no buts. Now, come on. We're going to call ourselves the Iroquois. Why Iroquois, though? Well, in your language, that means snakes. And because we are the snakes that was cast out of Ireland, Scotland, and England, we're going to call you snakes, too, in your own language. Mm-hmm.
because that's the only language you understand right now until we give you our alphabet. But that's later on when we reinvent the Iroquois as into Cherokee. And then we give the Cherokee writing, but your dumb ass, we're gonna wait a while because you're too new to this. We gotta change you from being Algonquin. Okay, okay, Shaka Zulu, let's do this. Because I'm a little tired of um Pocahontas and the shenanigans. Uh, can you make us like into a matriarchal type of deal? Sure. Okay. Okay, Shaka. Um, let's do this thing. All right, sugar plumps. Let's go get to it. Okay. So yeah, that's what I believe happened. Some Algonkins were, got seduced by Satan, but they didn't really have a matrilineal because that Negro was present. So it was just a tactic so the foreign Negro could control the Algonquin female and say, "You got that power, baby. It's all on you." Meanwhile, he's taking over every strip of land. So who got the power for real, for real? Did he really care about the Algonquin women and how hard they worked? No. What did he care about? Taking the land away from all Algonquins and recreating them as Iroquois, five civilized tribes, and all of that. Introducing a turtle. They ain't never seen one before because they are not indigenous to America. We had a muskrat in our original creation story, things we say constantly. ChatGPT even tried to challenge that. I was like, this ChatGPT. So not everybody believed in the muskrat or whatever. ChatGPT, it gets better with time at lying. So you do a whole video, say maybe a couple of years back, and now they done reinvented the whole wheel, and now everything you search for ain't available no more. And they're gonna start saying, well, there was a species of turtle in America, but it was not discovered. They just make up shit. I'm just saying, how could we call it Turtle Island when we didn't know what a turtle was? The Moors knew what a turtle was because he was all up in Asia and Mongolia. American Indians. So, in the founders' philosophy, the Bill of Rights was intended to secure rights believed to pre-exist the government. Algonquins pre-exist the government. So I'm just trying to show a correlation of things that are prominent versus things that are not prominent because they came later and they are like secondary. They didn't pre-exist. Okay. Civil rights protections were created as legal guarantees through constitutional amendments and legislation enacted after the Civil War. So she's trying to leave us like open-ended, like they're the same. It's just that but she's saying it without saying it, ladies and gentlemen. She's trying to tell us that one was believed to pre-exist, while the other was created during uh you know in Congress. And I'm going to use this opportunity again because I want to say it again. This correlates with who they found here first. The primary Indian was Algonquins because they should have dealt with us, not jumped over us and act like we had an imaginary other groups of Indians, like we was only on the coast. Yeah, give me a break. How convenient for you, right? To think that we were only on the coast when we know for a fact that Algonquins went past the Mississippi. There were Algonquins pre-contact. There was pre-colonial contact. There were Algonquins interior. But they trying to say, no, y'all were just coastal and in Canada. Whatever. Whatever. If that was the case, you wouldn't have to deal with us at all. You could have jumped in with Iroquois and not married Pocahontas, like I said, and nor have kids with Pocahontas. But you knew she was key to you becoming white. As we learned in a few videos back, ladies and gentlemen, it was a very important drop. Pocahontas was married before she married the European. That means she had children before uh, she had children for Europeans. What do you think happened to her original children? They got called black, and that was the end of that. Colored, or that was that. Now her children with John Rolfe, or whatever his name, but they were considered white. And so Algonquins became white, and our Algonquin identity was just absorbed by the white descendants of Pocahontas. But again, if the Algonquins was so insignificant, and all colonizer needed to do was like hop over us to get to the lovely Iroquois, a much smaller confederacy with a lot less land. So as we said before, colonizer would not have been interested in Iroquois because they just did not have enough land, and colonizer wanted the whole entire United States. Algonquins had a lot of land compared to all other. That's who colonizer had a problem with because we were not willing to give it up. We had to go create some fake enemies for us. We can say, look, these other Indians beat you, so we don't have to listen to you no more because you lost. And yeah, you go, you helped, you created these other fakians and brainwashed them, and now you're gonna say that we lost when basically you just had firepower that we didn't have. So the Bill of Rights was intended to secure. So in other words, colonizer, they believe they already had rights by their God, whereas Negroes did not have rights. Why didn't we have rights? Because the doctrine of discovery said we were perpetual slaves. So God wouldn't give us rights like he gave foreign. So that's why they couldn't give us the Bill of Rights because we were supposed to forever be a slave class of people. Notice that they keep the slave language in those civil rights amendments or those yeah, those civil rights amendments. It's all about slavery and the slaves can do it too, but by calling us slaves, you're keeping that identity on us. That's what you needed to do because you have to keep us separate because you're always going to disenfranchise us. This is what civil rights are about, ladies and gentlemen. And we did take a long time with this video, so we're going to cut it short because we kind of did want to go into some other slides, but we're not going to be able to do that because this is already a long video. So we did think we might, oh gosh, I did think I would look here. But what's going on? I don't want to open. Open. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can see this because I know sometimes I get fooled. Okay. You should be able to see this, but we just want to look, it's always nice to have a little chart, the constitutional comparison. This is just a listing, ladies and gentlemen. So you just have a visual. I like that they didn't put the date of the civil rights, but the Civil Rights Act, I guess, was passed in 1866. So let's see. Do a little math. Eight off camera calculator. Okay. Here's our calculator. Okay. 1866 minus 1790. 75 years after the Republic is created. Then we have some Negroes uh, being let into the Republic 75 years later. So they weren't really part of the Republic. You wasn't part of no Republic. You know, they lying to you. That's the free Negropeans. They had it for a little while, and they keep making you think that you are them. But you lose and they gain when that happens. That's why they here. Because they look like you. Um, so your republic was created in 1787. Let's do it. We gotta do this over, ladies and gentlemen. It's more than 75 years. 1787, 79 years. So almost 80 years again. There's another 80 years. The first 80 years was between the English finding first Algonquins and then 80 years later finding Iroquois. Oh my goodness. Same thing here. The Republic is established in 1787, and Indians ain't have nothing to do with it, but they think they can reestablish it. Moo Moo, you came 80, well, damn near 80 years later, 79 years. You wasn't part of no Republic, Moo Moo. Now, Moo Moo, come on now. Stop it, Moo Moo. Moo Moo. Snap out of it, Moo Moo. You're not a Moo Moo. You was American. The Moors is the real Moo Moos, not you. Now, come on and stop talking that foolish. This ain't called no moo or none of that foolishness either, okay? There ain't not one word more in the damn Constitution. How could you be a Moor? But if you are, you're gonna fall into the free persons category, not American Indian. You know, that's a nation, that's a separate nation. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's not much to say with this chart because basically we kind of went over it already. So, if you just want to give it a once or twice or three times over, because we did read all of this. This is just a nice chart. Want to take a screenshot to know how inferior civil rights are. Okay, so what can we say? We're not going to read all this, ladies and gentlemen, because we kind of already, we did read this stuff. But what we will reiterate is that, again, what's the three differences? One pre-exists is considered that it pre-exists the government as God-given, right? One comes from the government, and so it's inferior. Civil rights come from the government, not from the people that established the government. American Indians weren't part of that. That's why the Constitution says you're American Indians, not taxed, not counted in the census, not enumerated, is what they say. And you're not represented in Congress. So you were not part of a republic. Let no more lie to you. So at the beginning of the republic said that American Indians were a separate nation from the republic. Okay, so that's one thing. What's the other thing? Oh, the main thing, we're going to jump to it, is that The rights on the right side of the page, the green ones, they also came with a new type of citizenship called the United States citizenship, which came 2 years after the Civil Rights Act of 1866. So then 2 years later, you got a brand new citizenship called United States citizenship. Now, what do those people on the left have? We say it all the time, ladies and gentlemen, but repetitive is the way to go when we're learning something that they really don't want us to know. The people, the free persons who created the Bill of Rights, they had a citizenship before 1868, ladies and gentlemen. 1868 is when the slaves got a different citizenship called United States citizenship. We say it all the time, but again, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I am compelled to be repetitive. We have to know that the Bill of Rights were created by people who were state citizens because the United States citizenship had not yet been created. Now, when that United States citizenship was created, the United States likes to say that they define citizenship. No, they did not. They simply created a new one because a state citizen is not the same definition as a United States citizen. A state citizen he's got a citizenship based on the state he lives in as a free person. The United States citizen is tied to the District of Columbia, which is not a state. The United States citizen is really not tied to the state at all, unless their baby daddy, the federal government, feels like he want to take a break and let the states fuck the emancipated Negroes over for a little while. Okay? So these are major differences. Again, the Bill of Rights are unalienable. They cannot be taken away by government or any authority, we read. That is not what is said about civil rights. So that means civil rights can be taken away by the government. The rights on the left are unalienable. The rights on the right, the civil rights, are alienable. The rights on the left, again, were created by the free persons, the Bill of Rights. The rights on the right, the civil rights, were created by Congress because those people were slaves, emancipated slaves. They didn't have a say. The government gave you a say, and the government can take away your say. You are not anything like those rights on the left. Don't ever think that when they make a division like this, that they looking at you, that you are one and the same. They know you're not. For crying out loud, if you're not convinced by anything I just said, try to focus on the fact that a whole new citizenship was created in 1868 for those Negroes on the right side of this page. They got 3 little civil rights that are not permanent, but they're 3 because the last 4 can reduce to voting rights. Just case scenarios involving voting. So you got 3 little civil rights that were expanded to look a little beefier by saying that there's actually six of them suckers. There's only three when you boil down the last four. Um, we don't want any of these rights, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Because sovereigns have to make their own laws for themselves. These folks that got the Bill of Rights are foreigners. Technically, they really don't have authority from us to be here because they're too busy saying we're slaves, perpetual slaves because of dumb diversions. Then when they do put us in their legislation when they shouldn't have, they say we are wards and they are our guardians. They say we are occupying the lands. So we're a nation with no land. The other nation that's actually occupying our land, the United States, they are not allowing the other nation that they said was a nation to nation, or is supposed to be, they're not allowing you to have any land that's yours permanent. Like your civil rights, your land alleged ownership, because it's not ownership, you're occupying the land like a tenant. Again, they can dissolve your tribe. They can, so everything you have amounts to a nothing burger as a emancipated slave descendant. Once you reclaim your American Indian, then you'll have the authority of your ancestors. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are able to take a screenshot. Thank you so much. I think it's going to be a long video, like another 5 hour, the way I was going, but hopefully not. And until next time, again, we thank you for joining us and your precious time in watching. Thank you so much for your kind comments in the last video. Until next time, I want to say be and stay. First contact, American Indians. Be well.